Hello everyone, welcome back to another Degenerate Hours live stream. Today we're going to be running... I didn't change the deck, or I didn't change the title, hold on. There we go. I just updated the title, but we're back with another overnight Degenerate Hours live stream. Welcome in, Straws. Hopefully you're having a great day so far, and then everybody else that is popping in with us as well. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day so far. Today I have a couple of different decks that are brewed. Over a little bit. Turn this off. And so the first one is a little bit of a modified version of the War Machine Scream deck that I was running last night. So I ended up dropping the Nebula in favor of the Echo. The Echo can protect us from the very common Cosmo. So we can do Echo into Storm in the Echo lane, and then follow that up with like a War Machine, or get Legion down there eventually, and they won't be able to stop it. And so that helps us protect there, and it just helps against like the Iron Man, the Mystique, all kinds of good stuff that Echo helps us out with. And then I also changed the Silk for Jeff. He just feels a little bit more consistent most of the time. And so we ended up making that sub as well. And then in addition to that, we have a couple of different ideas brewed. So the deck that I got almost cooked with, we did win, but it was kind of a surprise ender, was Scream Surfer. And so I brewed up a version of Scream Surfer that uses Sebastian Shaw. We have Hope Summers so that we can last turn like Silver Surfer Absorbing Man. Sometimes we're going to like Brood Absorbing Man, but we have the movement pieces to kind of help out a potential Scream in our Juggernaut, Polaris, Spider-Man, all of which I think are pretty cool. Sometimes we might go ahead and lean into a second one of those triggers with the Absorbing Man, because Scream doesn't have to be huge. Getting like 2 triggers, which is going to be a, what, 2/5, 2/7, plus 4 on there, so like a 2/11 impact on the board, which is wild. And then Clownophobia, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. And then I'm going to be running a little bit of Scorn. I think this is a relatively like straightforward, pretty good home for Scorn. I don't think you ever sub out the Swarm or the Apocalypse. I think it's all 3. That way you always have good discard targets when you draw your discard cards. I do know a couple of versions drop the Collector in favor of like a Grandmaster, but I do enjoy the Collector in it just as like a secondary or sometimes a third scaling piece that can be just pushing and pressuring power on the board. Right now I think Zoo is probably in a fine spot, so I do have a Zoo deck built just in case we need to pivot over to that as well. And then this one I'm kind of interested in seeing. I don't know that I'm going to run it much on stream, because I think it'll be one that I have to really think through the play lines. But a Move Tribunal, I think is kind of a cool way to utilize like the Madam Web, Movement, and Beast features. So I think it could be a pretty fun one to play. But we are going to jump into a real quick ad break as we're waiting for things to ramp up before we jump over. That way there's not going to be any pre-rolls, and you guys should be able to enjoy the gameplay whenever we jump into it. So we're going to jump over into a minute and a half, and then we'll be right back, you guys. And actually, I got to go grab my water. I forgot my water cup. let's go ahead and jump in with a little bit of the Scream Machine. All right, so first up we have Jimmy Chickens. The first location is the Danger Room. Go ahead and skip here. We do have our War Machine, so if we draw into the Storm line. We also have Scream, so that could be good with the player stuff. Oh wait, is this Husky Puppies? Let's go ahead and drop. Let's go ahead and drop the Scream. Danger Room is a little bit concerning for us, because they do have the Black Knight out. So if they end up discarding a card, they have that free trigger here. And then I'm appalling. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So what if we... these numbers? Or we can go ahead and just do like a players to move one of them. So with Wave, with Black Knight, Hydra Bob, I'm assuming he's running Agatha, which is kind of an interesting deck to be running. It's one that got really like kind of exploded and was super popular into not being seen for a little while. I think we go ahead and snap, make the Hydra Bob move. So I'm going to go Kingpin right. That way Hydra Bob's going to be completely going through it. I'm Appalling said, just wanted to stop by and remind you that your videos are great. Thank you so much, I'm Appalling. I do have plans to be able to launch a couple more videos now that I'm not juggling both. But... with all with due time. I'm gonna go ahead and rip the Hydra Bob away. And then right now we don't really have anything that we're moving with our Magneto. And General Sergeant, you said, you absolute madman. I'll have to keep the stream open as I fall asleep once again. Welcome in, General Sergeant. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. So Black Bolt was the last thing they played. We could rip it mid. They have, what, Claw, Stature. It's a pretty common line. Let's see if we can rip the Black Bolt out and maybe keep the lead over him. Okay, big Iron Man. We need the Stature in the left to fail. And then Mind Goblin Gang, you said, hey, I just started the game a week ago due to your 30 days of Marvel Snap video. That's huge. I'm so glad that it's still relevant. I want to try to like revamp the series at some point, but I'm glad that it kind of introduced you into the game and that hopefully you're enjoying it. And then Clownophobia said, with the 50-bit sheer, said just coming back this season after almost a year. Glad you're still playing. So I actually took about a 6-month break, and I came back maybe 4 or 5 months ago, and have been absolutely enjoying it. So I'm glad that you're here, Clownophobia. Hopefully you're enjoying the game once again. Try not to fall too much into like the FOMO, because the game definitely has a lot of that out there. Just enjoy like the card collection process and using what resources you have. Try not to focus too much on like the few or the ones that you don't. Insanity, welcome in. Starting very late today. Yeah, it took a little bit to get the house wound down today. And although it's been rough, I hit Infinite on my first night and due to the pull. Yes. After you hit Infinite as a low collection level player, it's very, very rough. And then Chris from EU said, Hey, good sir. What's keeping you up? It's almost 8 a.m. here. Well, I got my answer. Yeah. So it took a while to get my daughter down to sleep. So I like the Storm to the right, into War Machine to the right. With the Rocket Raccoon, I have to assume that they're running a bounce deck. And we can at least lock in one of the locations. Maybe we lock them out of the game. Husky Puppy with the massive raid. Came in and smashed me out for 4 cubes. And then raided over into us. I appreciate you. Hopefully, I was hanging out in your stream for a while today, but hopefully in the bits where I wasn't there, it was good. And thank you again for the for the raid. You guys are. Let's give you a shout out. I mean, almost everybody that's here right now is from the Husky raid, but we're still gonna shout you out.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
If you guys were here and you don't know Husky and you haven't followed him or are unaware of his content, fantastic player, fantastic deck builder, and he has some really cute puppies to boot. And so definitely hit the heart button and check him out sometime. It was a nice time, especially when you were there. You ended just a little bit lower than what you started, right? Because last time I was watching, you were around 23, 24. So kind of an up and down night. And you absolutely cooked me with with the Agatha. I knew it was Agatha, but I took the risk in Danger Room. Just taking a gamble. So let's go ahead and we're going to throw the Scream down. We have our Spider-Man to go alongside it. But Spider-Man's going to guarantee go to the right, which is a little bit less fortunate. I guess we could have thrown Spider-Man right and pulled one of their cards over into mid. I don't know if we want to risk moving the Hit Monkey, but the biggest power we have, the Craven will bump up. We can afford to move the War Machine over. We could even do the Spider-Man as long as they don't have anything that could reach over here. I guess if a Luke Cage was possible, that could pop up by 4. I'm going to shift, though, the War Machine over.
Victory.
And so I was there when you were running the Agony deck with Deadpool, Phoenix Force, which honestly looked a little bit too big brain for me. I'm sure I would mess up the play lines on it. And then I saw you running the I think it was the Sizer deck that runs Hercules into the movement package, and then ending on the Agatha or the Agatha. Got to sleep. Have a great one. Thank you again for the raid, Husky Puppies. Hopefully you sleep well. And hopefully we'll catch you again very, very soon. And then Ryan on the YouTube side. Hey, TLSG, how are you doing? I'm doing well. We've messed up our sleep schedule pretty prominently. But otherwise, we're doing well. I don't know if I gave them a fist bump or not. We're up against Butt, which is always a really solid player. We have the potential to Legion Bar with no name, which is always pretty fun one to do. We also have the Storm War Machine Legion line. I've been having great fun with Binks' the Small Soldiers deck. Small Soldiers, I don't know if you've been hanging out the last couple of streams. I've ran a couple of like the Small Soldier type decks. I'd be curious if it was the same type. General Sergeant said that Bud is really good from playing behind. Might have a point. So Beta Ray, as long as they don't have, I guess we just win. You post a picture of it in the deck highlights? All right, perfect. I think we always snap this. Just to try to force either force the potential bluff or force the one extra. Because after they're locked in, I think they retreat.
Victory.
All right, so I played for like maybe 10 minutes as I was loosely testing a few of these decks that we've built out. And I won like 3 8-cubers back to back to jump us from like the 200 that we ended last stream to 157. So if we have a little bit of luck like that, then we might be able to climb decently tonight. I'd like to see if we can maybe crack 100 or crack top 100. Before we end up probably dropping a bit of rank tomorrow when we're experimenting with Toxin. I think Toxin will be pretty good in the long run in bounce, but with his release and people knowing that a lot of people are going to be experimenting with it, I think we'll see a lot of decks that are teched against bounce pretty heavily. Next up, we have Kindle. The first location, Savage Land. We have our Kingpin. We have Storm War Machine. I'm going to wait at least one turn. Bounce Move Toxin. Yeah. I think Bounce Move Toxin, even if you go super greedy with like a Living Tribunal at the end, I think could be kind of fun. So we can guarantee that there's not going to be any Cosmo mid with our Echo line. Killmonger and Shadow King everywhere. Yeah. Maybe we even see some people try to build around like the Sandman. Maybe we see a lot more Mobius, expecting people to bounce things in with Beast or use Black Swan. Mobius would be great against both of those, and then we do get the full combo here. So as long as we don't run into a rogue, which is becoming a little bit more common. With Agent Venom, they're likely to have a Cosmo, but they can't drop it mid, so they're not going to be able to do anything against the, at least potential for the Legion on 5. I don't know that we see Toxin very many places other than bounce, because his ability is very much a beast-like ability. I think that's his primary role. Now we may see him in some like mill type stuff. Said not mid. Claw can be played left. Yeah, Claw can be played left, but they're not going to be able to play on turn 6. And so we'll have a very finite amount of power. So playing it mid guarantees that they can't block us with a Rogue. Because a lot of decks right now are not Rogue, Cosmo. A lot of decks right now are running Cosmo. And so they drop Cosmo into the Storm lane so that you can't Legion it on 5. Now they can't do that. They've already dropped Rogue, and so even if they have a Juggernaut, Visible. Oh wait, we rip away Invisible Woman. So it's the U.S. agent, and the U.S. agent gets slapped as well. What value from Echo? My goodness, maybe they were. I don't know. I don't know what they were hoping for, but we have the Legion coming down on 5. They won't be able to play it on 6, and so then we should be able to just get the free win, courtesy of this broken combo. It's silly strong. Take the 2 cube. This is one of those decks that it puts people into unwinnable situations. And so you get a lot of 2 cube retreats. Which, for whatever reason, those are the decks that I enjoy the most, is the ones where you can force an unsolvable game into a solved state and force the retreat. Echo blindness is crazy. I don't know if maybe they had a Killmonger and they were hoping that the U.S. agent would be fine because they would use Killmonger to clear out the Echo eventually. I don't know. I go Echo blind too, so I can't blame them. I lose with Scream decks 90%. They do anything in my hand. So Scream is one of those that if you get her early, it's very, very strong. But if not, That's why we have the backup line of the storm, because we can either disrupt some of their stuff. We can move cards over with either like Jeff or Spider-Man into like the lockdown storm location. But next up we have Dopest Body, rank number 12. We have the Snap 1-2. Ooh, into Madam Web. Madam Web is pretty scary. But if we could get Scream down, if we can find Scream in the deck somewhere. We do get the War Machine. So there is a chance that they have War Machine as well.
Hey, welcome. It took
You
you
could
long
also
enough.
have Cosmo that they play and then move out of Madam Web. And then, sorry, I missed GLD. Thank you so much for continuing your Prime gift to Tier 1. 10 minutes ago, I very much appreciate the support. And then Saga 265, thank you for the Tier 1 as well. That pushes us, we're, I think, about 25 points away from reaching that first level of Partner Plus. As long as we reach that by the end of the month,
long enough.
then we just need to do it one more and we're there for the qualifications. You got the full clean combo. Yeah, the only piece that the reason I'm not snapping back is they could have a War Machine of their own. They also have the movement cards, which kind of makes the play a little bit less consistent, a little bit scary, because they have the big move pieces that they can be dropping. And then Job's Done 2. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us very quickly up to 4 for the day. So I very much appreciate having you here as well. Hopefully you're having a great one. So the Vulture move, the Human Torch over on the right at 16 is very scary. So we have the Legion, but it would come down to, can we overpower like a Vulture move? Can we overpower a dagger move? So dagger move here. Let's assume it's 12 more. We have a 50-50 way to win this, or potentially win this. Spider-Man pull Human Torch out of this lane. What we would be hoping for is that it... actually... This might be a loss, but... What we would be hoping for here, I think it's a 50-50, is that Spider-Man grabs Human Torch, moves it over to the left. We could grab mid with 5. We can grab right with just a Chimichanga. I think if this was any different setup, we wouldn't play this one, but it's a 50, like we're increasing the stakes by 50, so we might as well take the risk. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off this time, but had it jumped over into the left, which was the 50-50 split part of it. Spidey right, Craven, and in mid, and pray for the 50-50. Spidey to the right. But then if we pulled their Vulture, their Dagger, whatever we pulled would get buffed up quite a bit. So I think the only chance was Spidey... Oh, never mind. You're right. Spidey right. Spidey right to pull the Human Torch. We lost the 4, but I would take that risk every single time. Because we were only increasing the risk by 50, or by 50%. I'll take a 50-50 shot at it. Versus a guaranteed loss. Do you like this Storm Legion version over the one you posted? I don't know. I think they're very similar. I do like the include of Echo. That's one of my favorite new includes, because a lot of people are now becoming aware of that combo line. And so Echo protects us from a Cosmo into the Storm lane, which would typically prohibit you from doing Legion. And so I like that piece of it. And then Linsanity said, kind of crazy how we went from you quitting Snap for a while, now you going full time. I know. It feels wild. But I'm very fortunate that there was an audience to come back to. Oh, and Z33, I'm so sorry, I missed your Snap. Can I redeem it now, or do you want a refund? I'm 1 hour from the premium mystery variant, praying for a Venom one. Complete the album. Hopefully you're able to get it. Got my variant from drops. It was Chibi Maria Hill. I think I pulled that from the collection track yesterday. Mine was Sabretooth. Like, it wasn't even like a super cool Sabretooth. It was just like a normal one, unfortunately. So it's Arsham, and they skipped the first 2 turns. D35, all good? Redeem it now? If not, if you want a refund, I'll refund you still. And then Linsanity next game. Okay, absolutely. We're gonna have a surplus of snaps lined up. They probably have Shang-Chi, which is why I don't think we go War Machine into Nidavellir. Ooh, Spider-Man 2099 could be problematic, especially if we wanted to go something like Spider-Man or Arrow. The Moving Mogad? I haven't seen it, Linsanity. And Z35 said, good to catch the stream as always. Thank you for being here, Z35. Hopefully you're having a good night so far. So big blob over here. As it is, we don't really want to rip it out of that lane with Arrow. Unless it was maybe this, and then we're just hoping to 15. We don't have the reach in in the left lane anyways. I don't know that I really want to have anything pull here though. We should probably retreat for the 2, but I'm hoping for the best.
We are the future.
It did split between a 50-50, or between 2 cards. The Absorbing Man with the copy, unfortunate. No, gonna be too big. The 2 cards that we saw that they drew from their deck, being Blob and Absorbing Man, is a bit unfortunate. I think those are the ones I typically retreat for 1/1, but since we had already risked the snap, I think I overstayed a bit. Arrow would have won. What, Arrow to mid? Arrow to mid, I think we lost the left lane because they still had at that point the Gwynpool. Still had Gwynpool, 2099, and then Maximus. I don't think we would have won left. I'll claim your snap Linsanity right after this. Just wanted to not do it on turn 1, so I gave them an extra turn to draw. So the Aranya, they got some move stuff, but Scream is down, which is beautiful for if they're running anything move related. Go ahead and split the Craven and Kingpin, so depending on what they play and where. Ooh, Black Swan. And War Machine is beautiful because with Eternal's Arc, we'll be able to play into any of the locations on that final turn. Me. Stop doing math after midnight. That's how I feel like all night long. So let's go arrow to the right. We make sure that we ruin whatever they're wanting to do here. So they won't be able to do like a double buff. Like if it's Gwynpull, it'll be a single. Although Splat often cooks some really interesting builds, so there's no telling what he has cooked up or up his sleeve. And then Deadpool 8, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far, Deadpool. We're a bit down, but we're not out. I think I started at like 152. Lost a couple of unfortunate matches. One being to Husky, which then he raided over into us, so that was I guess it was worth the 4. And then Sergeant with the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. Dagger, Ghost Spider. Iron Fist. Ooh, and wait. They were going to try to probably Symbiote Spider-Man absorb the Ghost Spider to pull Human Torch one additional time here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're going to wait until the last turn, but...
Victory.
We will take the 2. War Machine was a bit too strong. You said it's 3 a.m. here, so I'm soon to be lurking in my sleeps. Deadpool. I don't mind that at all. Hopefully, whenever you do fall asleep, you have a good rest. And it is time for a quick ad break. We're gonna do just a minute and a half as we're still ramping up, and then that way we can jump back into some games pretty quickly. But we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. I'll wait about 45 seconds to 50 seconds, and then I'll go ahead and queue up. Drury said bold to play move against anti-move. How come they didn't retreat on seeing Scream? I'm not sure. But with Scream, especially with Kingpin, movement decks are definitely struggle a bit. And then Rayolo, you said, "What's up, TLSG? How's snapping going?" It's going well. We just started recently, so we haven't gotten too deep. But we've won a few, lost a few. Did Scream really need to get buffed? I think her initial win rates were pretty low, but I also think that was probably because we were seeing a lot of people like actively play against that card. And so like the first week, you always kind of brew against whatever card is releasing if you think it's going to be popular. And so I don't know. I know that she didn't do well on the first week. The second week is when I really started to enjoy her. Someone in my alliance was playing a move deck with Luke Cage. Just in case they go against Scream, because it wouldn't protect you from the like Shadow King line. They kind of nerfed her by... Oh, that's true. They nerfed her so that Juggernaut doesn't...
Victory.
I'm assuming... I'm assuming they had their high voltage deck. Or they just didn't want to go against me. Who knows? Win is a win. We'll take it. But how often was that unrevealed interaction happening? With Juggernaut, it wasn't it wasn't super rare. Like, yeah, I was able to trigger it quite often just by playing how I'd want to in like a full anti-movement shell. But Juggernaut's a pretty core piece in like those shells, and so then he kind of got dropped from. She said, I mean, I'd auto retreat anytime TLSG was playing a bully deck. That's very true. I am always running a bully deck. I'm just a big bully. He said on this deck with Jug, it happened 1 out of 3 games. Yeah, a lot of times. So let's go ahead and play the, I guess, Echo over to the left. I was going to play Kingpin, but I know that they're going to stack cards. They have the Nova, so we have to expect the Killmonger at some point. One card creating a niche interaction that is so rare, which gets removed. And so I think it was more so that the early stats on it were pretty poor, is what I'm imagining it was. So I imagine they go something like Brood here. We really don't want the Muir Island location intact. So we're gonna roll the dice on this location over here, see what it ends up triggering into. So not Silver Surfer, it's just a destroy deck. I'm guessing collection level like 700. They could still beat us. There's still a lot of times that we lose to that, but where would they play? If they were to play Killmonger this turn, would they play it mid? Oh no! Oh, I thought Cosmo was the last card they played. Ah, never mind. That's not as good. I thought we blocked their honor reveal, but the last card they played was Deathlock. Oh well. If we have priority going into next turn, or even turn 6, we could try to Magneto. Go ahead and try for mid again. We're going to be able to pull the Cosmo this time for sure. Maybe we block like a big Killmonger or something. Oh, but we do block Shang-Chi. Only 2 cards in hand. This doesn't pull anything. But do we need to lean to the left instead? In case they have like a Killmonger line? I don't know. We're going to try and just push right. Oh, it does pull Angel. Whoops. I forgot Angel was a 2 cost.
Aid my hand.
Or even a 1 cost. I didn't think it was going to rip anything for some reason. I'm thinking at least sub 1,000 here. That is it okay if I lurk here for drops? Absolutely, Rozik. I don't take any offense to that at all. I'm gonna be streaming for at least 6-7 hours, so you're good to 700. You're good to AFK and then come back and collect your premium mystery variant. Does a deck like this want Silk? I had Silk originally, but Jeff just felt more in control. Like it felt. If we needed extra support into the Storm lane, we were able to do that. We could control if we needed it to move over into Kraven to buff him. So I ended up cutting Silk for Jeff. But I did I did originally have it in like the build. Are they using Cosmo? I don't know. I don't know. It messed them up a couple of times. I think you can see his collection level. Yeah. So with the profile, he was collection level 737, I believe. And so the first week he underperformed though. The second week, once people stopped teching towards him, I think is when it started teching towards Scream, I think is when it popped up. So next up we have Lady Death's Lover Boy. First location, Central Park. We have our Kingpin down. So Jeff, next turn is most likely going to be Storm. And then we're looking for at least the War Machine. If not, we're just looking for a big power play into whatever lane we storm. Maybe it's something like this. Although spaces get pretty restricted pretty quick. What about Miles? Yeah, I think if you don't go Echo, Miles I think is fantastic. And so Echo is to be able to protect our War Machine Legion line from them being able to block whatever lane we want to Legion with Cosmo. And there's also quite a few other ongoings that are kind of floating around right now. Will you be rested when refresh comes around? Yeah. So I'm going to end whenever the house wakes up in the morning, and then get them all off, take a quick nap, and then I'll be up and ready to go for Toxin's release. So I'll probably start the stream around 30 minutes before he's released, and then stream a few hours after. And then Mike, you said, "Hey TLSG, I'm new to the game. I just unlocked Cosmo. Can you please match a come up against me so I can try him in my destroy deck?" Absolutely, Mike Dot. Anything that you need. I'm your guy. And then Wheaton with the timeout. I'm slowly catching up on these. Wheaton Law. Welcome in, Wheaton Law. Hopefully you're having a great night. I'm hyped for Toxin. Hope I'll pull in with my paltry keys. What else is in the caches? I may use my tokens this week. Next up we have Irving again, which they retreated on 1 the last time we faced them. So Santana. So unfortunately, fast drops are just a meme. It's something that some creators have in their chat. They have a bot that creates the message, but everyone gets them at the same rate. Go ahead and go Storm. We're a little bit worried about the Dracula.
Wind, aid my hand.
Dracula on 4 is would be pretty deadly. So if they do use Dracula and we draw Arrow, we can rip it out. No, it's a Hell Cow. Okay, interesting.
Clear for takeoff.
War Machine came a turn too late, unfortunately. I don't really want to do any of these. Is she not good? Wait, who are you talking about, Sheriff? Or what card are you talking about? Elsa? Elsa used to be really strong, but she got nerfed pretty heavily, and so it's hard for her to compete now. Did they skip last turn? They may beat us here, but I'm gonna drop the Magneto and hope. I guess if they hold on. If they activate Hell Cow, Morbius is going to go up to at least 6, 7, 8.
Victory.
Take that. We'll take the retreat. I'm not sure that we had the way to win that one, but we will gladly take it. She had a very brief running. She also, when she came out, got, I think, Kitty Pryde nerfed a couple of times. And Angela, and that entire, like, mid-range package, which is now still kind of pretty dominant. You ever play people who have pool 2? Or is this why you're so high ranked? Sometimes I play people. For whatever reason, I match into, like, some 700 collection level people from time to time. Is it Snap? Snap into the Bifrost? Yeah. Especially before we throw down the Kingpin. So I think it's Kingpin, depending on where they play or what they play. I think it's Craven mid into like Scream. And then and then Plus on Whip said, and I'm gonna make sure that you snap. We got your Snap Redemption Plus. And then Ligma, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We do get Storm, so we could always potentially angle towards that. Go Craven. So they're going to have to, whatever they play, they're going to have to play it all the way into the right lane and only the right lane. Good start so far. So we're running up against an Affliction. I would expect like Cassandra Nova, Luke Cage, maybe not Luke Cage, maybe a Hazmat and Ajax line. I think I'm going to do the inoptimal play and play Scream here. That way we can position a player so we can pull the Sable or the Scorpion next turn. So there's Cassandra Nova. So I would very much expect maybe it's a high Evo one. So maybe we see Abomination. Definitely an Ajax Hazmat mixed in somewhere. Storm mid and make the opponent play left for Kingpin value. We could have stormed mid, and that would have been an almost guarantee win lane for that stormed location. You're right. You're right, Drew. So it is a high Evo version. We can Legion. We have a Magneto to pull Cassandra, pull Cyclops, like over to the left outside of the Craven and Scream lane. It's been a long time since I've seen a high Evo deck. I think right now Affliction high Evo is probably the best way to build it. But I do kind of miss the days of like controller lockdown high Evo. Big Hazmat. They could go Ajax mid, right? They never just full send Ajax mid, do they? So the generated Goliath could be big. Otherwise, this pulls a lot. And then one MV. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We only have one power in the Craven lane. So even if we pull everything out, can we lose the right lane? Scream gets +2. Oh, that's true.
We are the future.
So depending on what they threw mid, if it's Ajax, we're in a lot of trouble. Yeah. There's the Soap Master, unfortunately. So they did get to play left as well, so the Alioth mid wouldn't have been able to do it. What is the normal sleep schedule? Zombie Lemon, I don't know. At this point, we don't know. Without needing to refresh it on Sunday night into Monday, now I'm just kind of in a weird limbo. I am going to be up and streaming for Toxin's release tomorrow. And so I'm going to take probably a shorter nap. And so I probably won't do an overnight stream tomorrow night. So this is probably the last overnighter for a good bit. All right, next up we have Chompy. I think we do probably Kingpin outside of the Eternity range. Because I think they'll probably place things there. You need to go to a regular schedule again, or you'll destroy yourself? No, I'm okay. I'm getting rest. Like I rested today after everyone went off and started their days. So like it's fine. I'm still getting rest. A couple years ago, whenever I was doing the daily videos, I was not getting rest then. Between a young daughter, a full-time job, and doing daily videos, I was burning on every single end. But now I feel like I'm okay. So the Yondu Cable, we know that this deck a lot of times will kind of struggle against power output. So with Cable, curious. Ooh, so they got our Scream. That's fine. We don't move a lot of our cards except for Spider-Man, and we just will refrain from using it. That also means we're not going to move our Jeff until next month's drops. Yeah, next month's drops, we'll go back to degenerate schedule again. I enjoy being able to do that. Doc Ock feels kind of crazy. What is their in-game? Like a Shang-Chi? Shang-Chi doesn't do a whole lot for him mid. Unnecessary are Legion and War Machine. Legion and War Machine are pretty good. Got our Spider-Man. Fortunate. Legion and War Machine, I think, are really good with the Storm interaction, but maybe not absolutely necessary either. You could probably get by without them. Do a Shang-Chi here. Shadow King, maybe? Magneto left. Then we just lose right. I think it's Magneto right. We pull Doc Ock out of mid. Just hope that they don't have a 9-power swing here. So the Shang-Chi should be fine as long as this isn't something that blocks us. We pull the Doc Ock. We should. Wait, hold on. My math is awful. For some reason, I was. Oh man, we need to stop staying in these fours. So the Magneto left didn't do it either, but for some reason, I was thinking Scream and Cable and Shang-Chi was going to be less than our 8 that was left. So next up we have Crime Afoot. We have the early Echo. We have a Craven, Legion, depending on what kind of deck they're running. You get War Machine, so either an unfortunate location here could be a great Legion, or top decking a storm. But I don't know, is the Storm War Machine Legion package really worth it in this deck? I like it. I like the Storm because you have a little bit of that counter movement. And so even if you lose that lane and don't go the full package, you can sneak a little bit more power in that location. If they have like a 3-cost card that's over there, of course you can pull it out with Magneto. So I've liked it. I think you'd be doing better with Juggernaut and Freds. What, in the Storm War Machine stuff? I don't know. I've enjoyed it. I had a decent run last night. I know that the early showcasing tonight hasn't been great, but wow, an early Venom into itself. Kind of crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cards destroyed, so they do get a pretty cheap death, but I think that's fine. Null doesn't really ramp up all that much. It's only a 12 power Venom. We're protected from a Cosmo if they had it. I doubt that they do, but if they did, we're protected from it here. Then we can follow up with the War Machine or the Legion, and then we just have to figure out how to win from that point. So I don't know if this is a better version of like the full movement with like Madam Web into the Storm War Machine Legion line, but I do like that it's a little bit different, so people aren't expecting it as much. That's what I think is the strongest selling point for me right now. Ooh, so it's a Phoenix Force deck, maybe. But they destroyed a lot of Venoms, and so the Phoenix Force is not as great, because it may be multiple man, but it might also be, or is likely, a Venom. I guess if they threw that into Bar Sinister, that'd be a pretty big Phoenix Force. Yeah, huge Phoenix Force. And so if it hits multiple man, no, it hits Venom. So the Venom is going to be massive here. We just need to be able to beat the left lane though, and so it was a good play. We hit the combo, unfortunately for them. I hate that we don't get fast forward for this thing. Yeah, the fast forward feature seems so random. Like some of the things that fast forwards, it's like you wonder why, and then other ones like that, you wonder why not. I know the technical side of it. If multiple cards are impacted, so I think it's like 3 or more cards are impacted multiple times. That's when you get a fast forward. But it really feels like a couple of those like individual ones, like Black Panther, really should be pushed through. But it is time for a quick set of ads so that pre-rolls stay off. We're going to jump over into 2 minutes of ads as I run to the restroom, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Eldane, you said put the link for Binks's deck and then clip highlights. If you want to look, yeah, I'll check it out here in a bit. I did run a small soldiers ish, which I think if he's running like the move stuff, the havoc, I ran one of those a couple of days ago. That is pretty fun. It has some limitations in its matchups, but it does pretty well in general. And Mike dot, are you worthy? Yeah, those kind of interactions should definitely be fast forwarded. Next up, we have Edavon, the first location being Krakoa. We probably wait to play there until we can do either Spider-Man or Polaris. So nothing going to... The second one being the Lechugia. The can't fill up the Kingpin lane, which is kind of nice for us. And then Drunken King. Hey, TLSG. Life has been busy lately, but I finally got to finally caught up to your stream today. Welcome in, Drunken King. Hopefully, life has been a good busy. Sometimes there's bad busy and good busy. Hopefully, this is a good one. So the the Cosmos snipe is unfortunate, but at least we do get the +5 on our next card, being Scream. Their deck, besides Claw, Iron Man, kind of struggles into the Crimson Cosmos. As long as we pressure priority, we might be able to rip the Cosmo into like the Lechugia, so that they wouldn't be able to do a Mystique. So I don't think we're entirely out of this game. Also, if we get Legion into Crimson Cosmos, huge. And then Pyre with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. How's Snap treating you? Snap's treating us pretty well. That is a very big Athena, my goodness. I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna go ahead and go Scream Polaris, which is not anything that we want to do. But with the Claw, they can do maybe a Mystique. We don't grab priority anymore because of the Claw. Claw pushing extra power here. So Mystique now doesn't win this lane. Iron Man on their end wins this one, though. We could arrow to the right, but... Arrow to the right, but then if they drop like an Iron Man mid, it's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, potentially plus another 4. So 20 up to like 28-ish. I don't know that arrow to the right does it. Like, we win the right lane. Win right and mid. I don't think mid is likely to win, honestly. I don't think they're gonna play for right. Yeah, I think with Iron Man, that's a very natural play into mid. Echo would have been really good here. This is one that if I wasn't playing on stream, I would retreat out of, but we're gonna play it. So the Cassandra Nova, yeah, the Cassandra Nova being big, way too big. Oh, and we don't have priority. We don't even get to pull the claw like I thought we would. So that's one of those that they have too many options and too many avenues that very rarely are you going to be able to beat that. They usually have a pretty explosive last turn. Magneto right pulled Cassandra, pulled Cosmo, but I don't know that we won off of that. because Cassandra was 13. And so they already had 8. So 8 plus 13 plus 3. I don't know that we won with Magneto, right? Robert on the YouTube side said, what is the point of the lockdown deck if it's only ever 2 cubes at best? I mean, it's a fair point. But 2 cubes on games that may otherwise be unwinnable can help your cube rate quite a bit. So a lot of decks, you're only going to be running around a 0.5 average cube rate. So getting a guaranteed 2, I think, can be pretty helpful. Plus, I just enjoy like control or lockdown heavy builds. Kind of always have. I'm just watching you play your homegrown deck. Which homegrown deck? Because I play a different deck just about every day. Sometimes multiple decks, but I'm curious which one you miss seeing. And then Krispy Kreme, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. So we're running against the same deck. The Agent Venom deck, it's just so incredibly strong. We could position, or we have Echo this time, to try to position against an Iron Man. At some point, maybe we throw down Legion into the Savage Land. Hey TLSG, hope you're doing well. Notice you're still using the Silver Surfer avatar. We are on the same deck. We're using it. So we lost Jeff. We lost Magneto.
Opponent snapped.
Feels like another F. Yeah, I think this deck in particular, so the Agent Venom one.
I am.
Please best us
Iron Man.
with one. All right, next up we have Jay. So the Iron Man left, unfortunate. They won't be able to do Mystique right. They're only a little bit of maybe benefit. We can go Legion, but that doesn't lock them out here. It just locks them out here and here. So then we can't beat 24 left. No. We're gonna win. We're gonna lose off of it. Like guaranteed lose off of it. Because there's no way that they play 2 cards that stay in Savage Land. And so then we have no way to pressure them left. Like the game may be a loss anyways, but that guarantees the loss. And I guess we don't have Magneto. Arrow mid pool Iron Man. I'm pretty sure the last card they played was Kitty Pryde. So their next big like finisher play would be like speed. So they can't play speed right. So I think we arrow left to try to match against that power output.
Who will the winds bring?
Never mind the claw play. Unfortunate. We should have even with an arrow. No, arrow right wouldn't have. Yeah, no, arrow right could have maybe done it. How do you get the Spider-Man variant? Yeah, so it's a Discord quest. I don't know if I still have the link copied. Don't have it copied from today. I can, I'm going to grab it. So they posted it in the Snap Updates Discord. Here you go. But you have to be on PC. Arrow variant? I do like this arrow variant. I think I pulled it from like a mystery variant at some point. But I like it. I think it's a good one.
Oh, snap.
Tomorrow. All right. Yeah, I think it's going for a while. Like it just recently came up, so I think you have some time. So I'm going to Polaris left. We pull either a squirrel out of one of the lanes. I was hoping that maybe they played a card into the left. And then we're going to have our War Machine that comes down so that we can hit them with the Sanctum Sanctorum. As long as they don't have a Rogue, we'll be good. Epic Store is going to give out giveaway moving out for free. Is that a new game that's coming out? One, I may be behind the times.
Victory.
We needed a win. We needed a quick win. And so Robert, on the YouTube side, I would almost argue that like a lot of deck building, because we have so many people that are able to build pretty cohesive decks now. A lot of the deck building, it really filters down to, you can put some slight variations, but it's really hard to come up with something that is like completely unique that still performs well. And so like there's some small changes that you can make, and I typically make to my decks, but it's hard to come up with something that like nobody else is thinking of. So like I still go through and I still brew the same amount of time. It's just most of the time those brews perform significantly worse than they used to. And since returning, I've wanted to focus on making sure that the decks that I push out have a pretty good sample size win rate over like a wide variety of games. And so the Silver Sable on their end, we're going to double up with Fisk in Fisk Tower. So then if we get a Polaris, that'd be great. Spider-Man may not be awful. We could go with an early War Machine. Kind of like the idea of the co-op game, kind of like Overcooked, moving furniture. Ooh, nice. I guess I haven't heard of it, but I have played Overcooked. That one was fun. I probably should have saved the Spider-Man. Because I'm thinking I want a Legion into Fisk Tower next turn. And then see where we lean from there. With them skipping those 2 turns, She-Hulk very likely. She-Hulk, Hitmonkey, a lot of the lower end cards. But I don't know that it's enough for us to win off of. All I have to do is drop a couple of big cards. We will pull a card over to the right, but I think they always go pretty heavy over there. So if I was them, that's probably where Hitmonkey would end up. Would be the right lane. If they stack left and right and just leave mid alone, I don't have a lot of a shot. Left and right, leave mid alone. I don't think we're going to be able to match up to everything that they can throw. Shadow King was nice. No way! The, the Martyr comes... Oh, no way! So we lost that game to a point differential until Martyr was there. Whew. Martyr Betrayal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they double stacked. Like, they probably should have split the Hitmonkey She-Hulk stuff. How'd they play so many last turn? Black Swan. So Black Swan made this and this and this free, or I guess this is already free, but these two were free. They skipped on 5, so She-Hulk was 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then these 3 were free. Even Titania, yeah. I like Titania much better than Martyr in this build, because you're typically going to not have priority, so you can drop it as that last card or last turn play very easily. Oh yeah, if you don't have Hydra Bob, I would go... I wonder if they have Titania and Martyr in there. And Martyr was unfortunate. But I think it may run both. Both Titania and Hydra Bob. Next up we have Crime Afoot. The first location is Savage Land. Let's go ahead and go with a Kingpin right. And then plus on whiff with the Snap Redemption. I guess we do have Kingpin and Scream. It's nice to see.
Snap.
So Kingpin, Scream, and we have a Craven that we may be able to throw down. So this time it works. I believe in you. I have I have no doubt in your abilities. So the left lane, we'll see what they... Okay, so they got our Echo. Not huge. We don't have any ongoings besides War Machine, and we just don't play it mid. I'm gonna go ahead and return fire with the Craven and I'll play Echo mid as well. And then we have Polaris that we can use to yank something over into the right lane, which is gonna buff up our Craven. They're gonna get double negatively debuffed by the Kingpin and Scream. Is a series drop confirmed? Yeah, they confirmed a series drop. They just haven't confirmed what cards. So we don't know what cards are going to be in the mix of it. Are they looking to flood on the last turn? They probably... I would assume they skip here into the free She-Hulk. Plus whatever else they have. The wait won't be worth it. I hope it is, but who knows? The last time we had a drop, I think it was 5 Series 5 and 7 Series 4 that dropped. I'm hoping that since it's December, we see a pretty significant update or change. But we won't know for a while. I'm a bit nervous with how much they can pump out on the last turn. The only good thing is... Wow. Good morning, Giant Flute. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Interesting full cap in the right lane. This would be whatever's currently there. And then they have to place 6 here and a decent amount here. Could also go Magneto here, which scales the left.
We are the future.
Oh, no.
Wind, aid my hand.
The full cap right lane was unfortunate. But it did set them up for a pretty good final turn. As long as they could beat this with... as long as they could do more than 6 here. And I was hoping that they would just have something that could push, not push it over. All right, we're gonna run to it quick. With costing you a lot of cubes here, that's fine. It's fine. They're like the points in whose line is it anyways. They don't matter. We're gonna run to a quick set of ads, and then we're gonna pivot decks a little bit. And so we're gonna go into. I'm gonna run a little bit of Scorn. I think Scorn is in an okay spot. It's a fairly transparent power output, but it can do a pretty high power output. Plus, no, you're okay. But we are gonna run to a couple minutes of ads to push them off or disable pre-rolls, and then we'll be right back, you guys. I'm not going anywhere this time. Actually, I do need a water refill. Aragon, you said you have Celine's ultimate variant. That was quite the purchase. I don't know that anybody plays her. I've seen her only like a handful of times. And then Giant Flute. Yeah, drops are available. So if you do exclamation point drops, the first link lets you make sure that your Twitch account is linked to your Marvel Snap. The second one is to check the progress on your inventory. And then Samuel said, first time in stream, love your YouTube videos. Thank you so much, Samuel. Very glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. And so the first location is Lemuria. We do have our Collector, Morbius, Apocalypse. So we have a pretty good like early setup here. I'm going to drop Collector earlier rather than later. An Ebony Maw Psylocke. Is it a War Machine? Like a Storm, War Machine, all-in type deck? Teal'c is a bit unfortunate. So with Goose, I imagine it's a War Machine deck. A Storm, War Machine, Legion. But if they don't get the play down, then it's not. They don't get War Machine down. It's kind of problematic. The Apocalypse variant. The Apocalypse variant is from when gold bundles used to actually be like good value. It was the first gold bundle that they released, and it was like really good credit conversion for the amount of gold. And it came with the cool Apocalypse. I think that's the one from it. I want to say that's the one from it. Let's look. Actually, no. This is the one from the first gold bundle. Was the Kim Quinto? I don't remember where this one came from. Nightforged? Yeah, I don't remember where that one. Maybe it was a season pass. Oh, Gikanto was the first. Was it $100? For some reason, I thought it was gold. Also a good Sif variant. Yeah, yeah. Back whenever they used to be like pretty good value. So you'd actually want to engage with them. Last Halloween? Ooh, I don't know that I was playing last Halloween. No, actually, I know I wasn't playing last Halloween. So let's go Collector. And depending on what they play, I guess it's an Archer deck, so we don't really need to rush out the Gambit because Morbius is not going to be very big. Don't think we do the Corvus though. I think it's just like a Gambit rotation. Although if we rotate, we could potentially hit Scorn or Swarm. Maybe it's just a Gambit and Luke's Bar. It might have been from Elsa's. Ooh, huge hit on the Apocalypse here. Taking out the Atuma as well is beautiful. Into Dracula. We're going to draw Swarm next turn. So we can do MODOK twice. So on the YouTube side, Ogie said that Nightford bundle ran from October 20 to 26 last year. I thought I had stopped playing by then, but maybe it was no, it was actually right after that, because it was really close to the anniversary of when my dad passed. That ended up taking a bit of time. So we can go to the Gambit. We can go Blade. We can go Blade first so that it guarantees hits the Apocalypse. think let's go ahead and do that. Blade first. Gambit second. We'll destroy one of their cards. Everything left in the deck would be fine to pull or flip into. Ooh, we dodged the Eliath. And maybe we snipe out the Eliath as well. Back out the Morbius, unfortunate. Do we think it matters what we get from the Eliath? Or what we get from the Dracula? That Gambit is sweet. I like this one. We pulled it from a premium mystery variant at some point. And I liked it so much that I decided we needed the pink cosmic on it. I very rarely run Gambit. But that split and variant alone makes me want to. So they do get Coulson. Ooh, they get Coulson into Luke's bar, so it is going to matter. Okay. Well, never mind. So it matters if we win mid or not. So we need to flip into Morbius or Proxima here, or get kind of lucky with the Gambit pull. I guess it doesn't matter. If we snipe left, then it's a point differential.
Apocalypse.
Yeah. So now it's just a point differential, and that's fine. What a game.
Victory.
Another premium mystery variant tomorrow. Yes. So the one from the drops, I got a rare. So I'm hoping that I get a super rare from this next one. That'll happen at refresh. We could have done MODOK mid, but I wanted to rotate a few more. And get have a better chance of flipping into Morbius. Was why I wanted to send a couple more Twitch drops tomorrow. No. There's the daily login bonus for tomorrow should be a premium mystery variant. The Twitch drops that we have right now, they'll run. Let's see how long they run for. I actually don't know when they end. Next up, we have Paris. The first location is the Elysium. We can get a turn 1 discard on Scorn, so we might as well. So the drops for this time around for Marvel Snap ends on the 25th. I guess on the early morning of next Friday. So we don't know when more would happen or what those would be. No word on if any more will happen. It's typically about 1 a month. So maybe we see more next turn. I do wish either one of these. It was a 50-50 that we would get a positive from that Weapon X. Unfortunately, we lost the Morbius.
Opponent snapped.
So Collector Gambit. We're gonna hit the Proxima for sure. No way that we hit the Dracula. No way. Rough stuff. Rough stuff indeed. Oof. What unfortunate luck. He had the 50-50 from Weapon X, and then the 66% chance that we failed both times. Oh well. I'll do better next time. Corvus is pretty good here. We have to look out for really big Ajax. Maybe it's Corvus. I know that it gets afflicted -4 here. No, it's just -2. Why did I think it was 4? Could also go here. Proxima jumps left, and then she's not impacted in the left lane. I think that's the play.
Behold
Wow, that's a
my mighty hand.
that is a man thing. So it is -4. They go Hazmat. Ajax jumps up a bunch. They don't have Hazmat. We'd be good. I think we lose this one. They have most of their cards in their hand. They've drawn through all but 2. Thanks to Weapon X. The card that they discarded... Quicksilver. That is an unfortunate amount of cards. Scorn Right would have been able to do that one. Ah, the U.S. agent stack is bad.
You won't need this anymore.
Didn't win a single lane. U.S. agent, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately hurt us quite a bit in the left. He said in the OG on the YouTube side said the premium the premium mystery variants are batched. Yeah, so they're batched. So every 9 you get 3 super rares and 6 rares, which I think I don't really like that they're batched. I don't really like that the collection track is batched either. And so like it really means that you can't even, I mean, you can't get incredibly unlucky, but you can't get incredibly lucky with your collection either. Which feels unfortunate. And the same thing with the premium mystery variants. It's like a group. So if you pull 3 super rares at the start of your grouping, then you're stuck with potentially 12 rares in a row. Very unlikely that you hit 12 in a row, but it is possible. So MODOK in Bar Sinister is always kind of fun. With the Kitty Pryde, Angela, we look out for Shadow King. We look out for Iron Man. The other good lines that they have. I think I'm just going to do Collector this turn. We're going to hold the Corvus. Right now, the only good discard benefit would be Apocalypse. There are so many... I'd rather not be able to be unlucky. Yeah, but I don't know. It also makes it feel like less exciting because you can kind of gauge exactly when you're going to get a Series 3 card. Exactly when you're going to like pull a card and how long you have to wait before you get another one. That kind of feels, I think, feels a little bad in general. So the Cassandra Nova from the Time Theater was big for him. Okay, Apocalypse is our first, is big. Good. And Morbius is second, not bad. We still lose the right lane by 1 though, unfortunately. So what's your opinion on discard? Also, do you think it's fun to play or does it lack skill expression? I think it's a decent like power output deck, but I always find that I get bored of it within like maybe 10 games or so. But I think that's because it's kind of not completely lacking of skill expression, but it's a very much uninteractive game plan or gameplay.
You won't need this anymore.
So they go claw mid. They would lose mid though. Very rigid, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot of like outthink your opponent.
Apocalypse.
Wait, is it the last turn? Why does this only say 1 cube? Did that not say 2? It can't have enough credits. I've 20,000 useless gold. I usually convert gold straight into credits. With the value of gold bundles recently, it hasn't really felt worth it to hold off. So I usually push it to make sure that I have at least 4 keys for each
Victory.
week or each spotlight rotation. But yeah, credits are like the core of your progress in the game. And so I enjoy getting credits wherever I can, because it all leads directly into progressing your account further. Not going to be engaging with the collector's vault this week. Probably not, Eldane. I bought a total of like 2 to 3 variants total. All but one were specifically for completing a spotlight cache, or a spotlight an album, not a spotlight, an album. And so I very rarely just outright buy them. The only one that I bought that didn't give me any kind of progress was my Wong one. No Surfer, that's fine. Corvus feels maybe fine here. Gambit's also decent, but I think copying the Corvus could be okay. Now that we might lose our second Morbius. And they lost their Surfer, so I'm going to snap into it. And then fully coolly won with the Hydrate Reminder. Very much appreciate you. They're not nearly as good as they used to be, but can still get okay ones. Yeah. Yeah, the bundles are... I mean, honestly, the last like 2 or 3 gold bundles, the last one, as far as like currency, was garbage. You get much more... You got much more credits just from flat converting than for buying it. And then the one before that was the exact same. The only benefit was that you also got a variant. And so instead of waiting around, I typically just spin the gold onto credit conversions so that I can pull a new card each week. If you buy the season pass, aren't buying the missions. The mission refreshes in general, as long as you're going to get past the past level 50 of it, are marginally more efficient, but it takes more time. And so you can't spend 10,000 gold into getting all mission refreshes. You have to do it in little increments. And so if you're looking to like maximize your progress, then the mission refresh is definitely the direction to go for. The Destroyer one? How long ago was the Destroyer one? I feel like that's been a while. I might be wrong, but I feel like it's been a little while. And then Bart, if you do it all together without the space, that'll push forward the Nightbot notification. So the first link will let you make sure that your Twitch account and Marvel Snap account are linked. The second one lets you check your progress. Orania Black Swan. Let's do this. See if maybe we can get Proxima down a bit early. 28th of July. Oh yeah, but I also didn't have the gold at that point. But yeah, that one was, I think, pretty decent. So do they... I think we're both... So there's a Deadpool bundle? For gold or for money? As a newbie over here, I'm starving for gold. Yeah, it's something that you like slowly progress and gain. They've removed it from a lot of places, but it's still available past level 50 on the season pass track, even if you don't buy it. You're able to pull some gold from there, which is definitely nice. But credits are still available everywhere. Tried to snipe Scorn, missed twice. Probably going to save for Fenris. Yeah, I think Fenris is going to be pretty good. Fenris seems like a very, very strong card. Oof. That dagger output is phenomenal. Twin Torch is also going to be real big here. The Ghost Fighter.
All systems go.
They're only sending us one card. We sent them nothing, but it goes up to 20. We have a prayer. We have a prayer of a gambit that it hits anything valuable in the left lane. Hopefully this. I guess it could also hit one of these two, right? If it took off the 11, even the 7, yeah? Oh, need a card to discard. That's true. That's true. So if they snap. So if we snap, Hydra Bob moves. If he jumps out of mid, that brings them down 25. My math right? Yeah, 25.
Snap.
Yeah, we're not going to destroy a card with Gambit. But if they don't play left, and Hydra Bob doesn't jump over there, we win left. With Hydra Bob jumping out of the right lane, if he jumps over here and they play left, then we win here and here. They only have one space to be able to play. I guess they could play in mid, yeah. Roll. he rolled the dice. He knew that it was a dice roll of where Hydra Bob ended up, but we lost the other 50-50 earlier today, so that we could run on this one. But knew the odds. But definitely knew the odds on that one. Oof. Take those. We take those small wins. Big wins, not small. But it is time to take a quick ad break. We're going to jump over into 2 minutes real fast, and then we'll be right back with some gameplay. So, we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. You said strong guy in a move deck. So it was it was kind of a flood deck, and so I think it was a somewhat move, somewhat flood because it had hit monkey. So with the Black Swan, I think the main targets were Hydra Bob, it was Iron Fist, Ghost Spider, so that you could have a like surprisingly big dagger come down on that last turn. They lost their Shuri, but we lost our Gambit off the jump. You don't see Shuri all that often, so I'm curious what kind of deck they're running. Guessing Galactus. They're wanting to use Shuri as a way to bump up and then move out. So we have to look out for the potential for a Galactus line. What's a good deck to make my 100 push? I keep getting stuck at 90 with my Galactus deck. So Galactus is definitely a deck that's not, I guess, in a very like strong spot. It can be, but it's usually a pretty rough climb. And so there's a handful of decks that do decently. Discard is probably fine. You have movement stuff. Silver Surfer is fine. Bounce is relatively good. So I figured we probably needed to throw down Corvus early as a way to defend against a potential Galactus. Phoenix Force with Nimrod? Oh, yeah. That makes much more sense that they're running Phoenix Force. So they're just gonna... They haven't destroyed anything, right? I mean, I guess they could this turn, and then they would get Phoenix Force down next turn for maybe like a multiple man, maybe a Human Torch.
You won't need this anymore.
Right, Shuri? They don't have Shuri. It got discarded. They're gonna get a copy of the Phoenix Force, or maybe a copy of Nimrod. Nimrod in Death's Domain is pretty scary for us. So Wong, without MODOK, that's a pretty core piece of it, unfortunately. Your discard deck would definitely suffer. Phoenix Force that they get a copy of. They get a copy of the, I guess, Human Torch. Do they have a way to move the new Human Torch over? They also destroyed Ghost Spider. Ooh. So what they can do, pretty tricky play. But we're gonna have to retrieve. They did do Aranya, but they have they don't have another Phoenix Force. They copied Human Torch. Never mind. They could Zola mid. Does it run Zola? I feel like most have dropped Zola though. If they Zola mid, then we're out of luck. feel like a lot of Phoenix Force decks did end up dropping the Zola line.
Victory.
Fortunately, this appears to be one of them. Yeah, if it's the one that that Husky was running earlier, it has Doctor Strange. That's not going to help them win an additional lane, especially with the Human Torch versus like the multiple man. If it was multiple man, then we were in trouble. Next up, we have Hitmonkey himself. We have a beautiful starting hand. We just need our discard components. Kitty Pride. Getting like a Morbius or Collector here would be good.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then VZ in Hassan. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 5 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. Let's go ahead and skip on to. Unfortunately, with the luck I've been having, I'm worried that Gambit is going to hit MODOK here. But we'll see. We have a 3 out of 5 chance for an upside or for a good flip. Apocalypse is big.
I am reborn.
You could also snipe their Hope Summers, which is also big. I do wish that we had like a Dracula. This isn't bad.
Oh, snap.
We got lucky for once. We'll take luck. We'll take luck when we can. The Hope Summers Rock Slide. So they're going to be running like Iron Man Hawk, and they're using Hope Summers as a way to curve into one a touch earlier, I think.
Apocalypse.
Big Apocalypse. Still no Swarm discarded. Go ahead and get rid of everything. We'll be able to do Scorn plus Apocalypse on the last turn. And Scorn is going to be 6 Apocalypse, then we have our 2 free Swarms that we'll use too. I do like the Great Web animation. I think it's a very nice addition.
I found a rock.
So the Korg, the Kitty Pride. We have 3 potential bad pulls here. Dodge. I guess we won't be able to pull Proxima, so we don't dodge it.
Victory.
We'll take the 2. We'll continue slowly climbing back after a couple of pretty unfortunate losses earlier. Check the stats on, I guess, both of the decks. Oh wow, we're I didn't realize we were popping off that well with the discard. We're 7-1 right now with this Scorn discard. New replacements for Proxima. Proxima is a really good additional discard card. You could maybe try Hellcow, but that makes your curve a little rough. You're probably going to discard it more often than not. Maybe you go lower with like a Grandmaster to re-trigger some discards. That's probably the direction I would go, would be like a Grandmaster, I think. Sokovia, big. I think the Swarm was huge for us. Let's go ahead and play Morbius into the Kingpin lane. That way it doesn't get Polarised. Random question, but how many season pass levels do you typically get during a stream? Ooh, during a stream? I don't know. During a season, I typically get 80s, 90s, I think. Scream is scary. With Asteroid M is very scary. Then go ahead and throw Corvus. We get the Swarms once again. Then the Dracula.
Opponent snapped.
Rats. Go Modok. Big Modok into Baxter Building. We discard everything. Proxima would jump over into Asteroid M. We'd have 6, 7. Do we want to do that, or do we want to potentially draw next turn? I don't think we even need to draw next turn. I think we just do this.
You won't need this anymore.
I am reborn.
Oh, we do get to draw. But I don't think there's ever a shot that we do Gambit. We have to look out for Magneto. The only thing Magneto can pull are these two. Pruitt with the 5 community gifted subs. Thank you so much for the positivity. Oh, turn 5. Thank you. I thought it was the last turn of the game. Corvus does that to me frequently. But thank you so much for the 5 community gifted. That pushes us up to 10 for the day. If you grabbed one of the gifted subs from Pruitt, make sure to give them a big thank you in the chat. Are the cards that are locked away? Are there cards that are locked away if you didn't play the game before? Tristo, no, just variants. But all of the cards are available for tokens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we discard one of these, we wouldn't draw. I kind of think we form. Let's see what we snipe out with our Gambit. I feel like that was the least impactful card here. Yeah. It's the least impactful card on the board, unfortunately. Okay, let's go Apocalypse into Swarm. We'll take the 2Q retreat. Not having much luck. We're still finding wins. We're still grabbing a lot of wins with the deck. And then on the YouTube side, Swapnil said, "Hello, congratulations on full-time streaming." Thank you so much, Swapnil. Still relatively new. I'm still a little bit nervous, but I'm very excited for what that looks like going forward. I do enjoy doing these streams an awful lot. So by leveling up and getting all those mystery cards. So the mystery cards stop after Series 3. After that, you get collector keys, which you'll be able to pull. There's a rotating spotlight cache each week that contains 3 cards and then a random card. And so you're able to unlock everything else through those keys. Next up, we have Butt again. And last time we got very lucky with an 8 cuber against him. See if we can do the same thing. I guess let's start with Collector. Next turn we can do like a Calling Wing Blade.
Breaking news.
Twinpool doesn't do much for us. We want to go ahead and get the Proxima discard now. So we need to do Calling Wing first, because we're going to draw a card. Calling Wing is going to make sure that Scorn moves over into the far right of our hand, so then we can Blade from there. Otherwise, we're just doing a gamble, and whatever we draw next, Blade would discard. We have Gambit as a follow-up, which is not bad. Black Swan, Human Torch. Do we go ahead and do the Dracula, or do we take a shot with like a Gambit? Maybe we knock out their Human Torch. Maybe we knock out Black Swan. I like that. We have 3 good hits, good targets: Monster, Human Torch, Black Swan. One bad one in the Aranya. So we're gonna take a shot with the Gambit line here. Does hit Swarm, which is good. Wait, Monster. I probably would have preferred Black Swan, but Monster does lose them a lot of power. Go with just Dracula here. And the next turn we can see. Next turn, if we draw MODOK, we can go MODOK plus Scorn. Or just maybe MODOK. With the skip, they're going to be looking to do... I know they had the dagger move stuff. They also have the probably a She-Hulk line if they're skipping. If they do dagger, they're going to have to move it, I think, twice to be able to get tall enough in the left lane. And that doesn't leave a lot of room for them to like scale past us in the Abbey either. Gambit variant is awesome. I pulled this from, I want to say, a premium mystery variant. Pink. And so then I slapped on the border because it just looks too good to not have like a premium border. And then Deuce, you said you smashed the initial 1,000 sub goal. We did. So we smashed. The reason that we've smashed it so much, the initial support was incredible. We smashed out the 1,000 in like 3 to 4 days. And so then there was about almost a full month period before stuff started rolling off, which we're getting close to that. And the posture check from Lord, I appreciate you. We're getting close to the like where stuff will start like dropping off point. And so then it'll start going back down a bit. That's a big dagger. Nothing we can do against the dagger. Collector is just shy. All we needed was a swarm mid. Man. A swarm, Scorn, anything, Corvus mid. Any of them could have happened. Proxima getting hit at any point there would have also won. If Corvus or Dracula hit Proxima, we would have won too. Oh, man. There were a lot of ways to win that one. And only one way to lose it. It's exactly what we followed. Next up, we have Sandro Khan. Rank number 57 right now. We do have both Scorn and Apocalypse in our opening hand. So Corvus isn't awful. And we start with the Calling Wing. One of my favorite uses for Scorn is the pairing of her with Calling Wing. So let's go ahead and Calling Wing. We get a 6-power Calling Wing initially on the board. Then we start the scaling of like Morbius, Scorn, and a few others. The next turn we can either snipe out their Jeff, or we drop Corvus. We're gonna hit Apocalypse and Scorn here. Beautiful, beautiful start. Okay, Collector. That's the weaker of the two scaling cards. Sometimes I've seen people cut that for Grandmaster.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
I do
enough.
like that scaler. And then Duality Reborn. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 11 for today. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. So what was their copycat? The copycat was Proxima, so we know that that's on the bottom. We have a better shot of drawing into MODOK, Swarm, Blade, and Morbius. And I think we're okay with it. I'm going to throw Dracula to the left. And then next turn, probably Gambit. Maybe we can Gambit Morbius. Be great. Or Gambit Blade would also be good. Their Super Scroll is not going to be good for them.
Oh, snap.
I'm not sure why we didn't snap earlier, honestly. We have a fantastic... we've had a fantastic lineup.
Victory.
We should have pressured it a bit more. But we will take the 1-cuber. That continues our pretty good luck streak. I think we've dropped, what, 2 games? On the YouTube side, Swapnil, you said, I wish to start my YouTube channel about Snap targeted to my Indian audience. Any tips? The biggest thing is that comparison is... It's kind of generic, but comparison is the thief of joy. So do it because you enjoy doing it. That's how I initially started my channel. And at some points, comparing myself to other people's channel really shadows how truly big the channel really has gotten. And so, like, it's your own race, your own pace. If you're enjoying doing it, that makes it a little bit easier to weather like the smaller start. And then the next thing would be consistency. Being able to come up with something that really draws the people in consistently and they know where to go and when to look for it will definitely help like growing that presence. Did Nocturne really deserve her nerf? I don't know. She was everywhere for a while, and I think she was above statted, and so I think she probably did. I think it was probably warranted. Actually, I don't really care to drop the Nocturne here. We have such limited spacing that we don't really need very many swarms. Let's go Gambit. Maybe we snipe out Kitty Pryde. Maybe we snipe out...
Hey, you found a rook.
We could also snipe out Agent Venom, which would be fine. Go with Corvus. If we draw Dracula on turn 5, I think we're playing Dracula down. A lot of swarms. A lot of swarms, a lot of Scorn discard, but not a lot of space to play them in. Morbius is not bad. The highest power output they could do in the left is typically 8. So I kind of think we MODOK left. Or yeah, it's typically 8 if they have an Iron Man that had the power output. It might go a little higher with like a speed.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
With them running Korg, maybe they have Hawk. Hawk would end up being if 8, 9, 10, 11. Hawk would end up being 11. Maybe we Morbius left. Keep our options open. And then Sav It Up 1. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So, Form, Modoc Blade. Form. It's not pretty, but maybe it'll do. If they have a rogue, actually, now that I'm looking at it, if they have a rogue, we're in trouble. Oh, Mystique. Mystique copying Hawk should be fine. Even if they have a Rock Slide. Or Juggernaut. Yeah, we don't have anywhere to push the cards. We'll take the 2.
Victory.
We're still having a pretty good run. Right now we're 10 and 2. 10 and 2 is crazy for a pretty straightforward discard deck. It doesn't do anything flashy, but had Proxima. Proxima is nice, but I think you could probably do without her. She's just kind of nice to reach some of those tougher locations some of the time. 40 ranks since yesterday. Yeah, so I actually started. So Snarvel, I played about maybe 5 games total off stream, just in doing some testing today, and I just kept winning 8 cubes, and so I climbed from like 200 where we ended to 152, and so I actually dropped down just a little bit this stream, but we've started climbing back up, and so we're on the upward climb. But when we switched to this discard deck, it's been going really well. We're 18 Qs up over the course of 12 games. And we've only lost 2 of those 12. And so we're having a lot of fortunate luck here. So Kitty Pride, Hydra Bob. Maybe it's the Flood deck, the She-Hulk, Hydra Bob, Hope, maybe a Moon Girl. No, Gladiator, interesting. Hit our Apocalypse. Also unfortunate. Corvus kind of hurts us here. We then get rid of our Modoc. I'm just gonna hold. Yeah, so with the Gwyn pull, I think we see like a flood coming down on the final couple of turns. We have a Dracula left, just in case they have anything that would clutter us up. We have the Collector scaling, but that's not always that impressive. Dracula left. Said, will Scorn get a nerf? I don't know that it's... I don't know. Scorn definitely, just her being in the package. I don't know that it's her power necessarily, but her being part of that package definitely hurts the... or helps the discard and hurts whenever you're running up against it. So a Sasquatch this turn. So after this game, I will need to run to a quick ad break. We have a little bit of time before it's scheduled, but I think I may hear my daughter stirring downstairs. So we're going to run to an ad break to push them off for a little bit later. Kind of tough to come back on this game with all these cards. It can be. We do lose the Dracula, unfortunately. That would be why the snap came down. But big Morbius. All right, let's go ahead and do this. We'll lock it in. They did do a lot of their big power output last turn with the Sasquatch, so maybe we can pull it over. We overcommitted to mid. Shadow King, wait. We needed one more power, or we needed the Scorn, or one more Swarm in the right lane, and we could have taken that 4. That's unfortunate. What is a good counter deck to this Scorn deck? Something that runs Cosmo can be pretty hurtful to it. But we do need to run to a quick ad break so I can check on my daughter, make sure she's okay, because I hear some stirring going on. So we're gonna run to a quick 3 minutes of ads, and then I'll be back to run a little bit more. That one hurt. It was winnable. That one definitely hurt to lose. We'll be right back, you guys. How long were we gone? Or how long have ads been over, I guess? um, so we, she woke up, she had to go potty. So we still have her in diapers for overnight. And she woke up, got her diaper off, but couldn't get it back on. And then welcome inside. Yeah, we're doing a little bit more grinding. And so today we're running, I have a couple of decks that are brewed, but at least right now we're running a little bit of discard. The biggest counter to the deck is probably Red Guardian. It's pretty hurtful for it. Very unfortunate Shuri's Lab. Also don't really want to do Gambit here. Unless we think they're doing Bulkbuster. Doesn't stop the snowballing, but it... No, okay, Killmonger.
Opponent snapped.
I don't think we win here. They do like a big Venom into a big Null, and there's just not much that we can do. And then it's hammer time. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far, or day. And then Samuel, you said, trying to get Red Guardian with my tokens. Just haven't seen him yet. Yeah, Red Guardian is one of those that, depending on what you're seeing a lot of, can be very, very strong. Other times he's just kind of an okay tech choice. I think he's probably a little bit underutilized, honestly. Because he can stop Madam Web. He can stop Iron Man, Dracula, a lot of big targets for him. Teenage Warhead is also stopped by Red Guardian. A little bit more niche, but also very true. Good and Collector. Need 10% for my premium Mr. variant. Louisville Fats, best of luck to you. Hopefully, whenever you do get that 10%, it ends up pulling something really nice. And so Sai, it kind of comes with time too. That rank increasing. So on season reset, my overall MMR is probably a little bit higher, and so I reset and start a little bit higher. And so it's just continuing to perform well season over season will help you like continually climb as well. We can hide Gambit in the left for kind of a last turn surprise. We could go ahead and throw it. There's 3 good hits here. Let's go ahead and throw it. Oh wait, what are we doing? We need a card to hit. Oh my goodness. Not great. Not great. The Madam Web, Human Torch, Iron Fist. They get a lot of power output. I'm not for sure that we can compete against it. And then welcome in, Giant Muffin Man. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. And then Mono, what's up, good people? How's it going? It's going well. I made a couple of bad plays, but overall overall, it's been good.
You won't
We had a big raid from Husky puppies right really close to when we first started, and so that kind of pushed us up
Apocalypse.
into like the top of the category right off the jump, which is nice to see. Big vulture. I can move the vulture again. Good to see you always. Thank you so much, Giant Muffin Man. So there's a chance that they don't move the vulture. And if so, then our Apocalypse can overpower their mid lane. They might move vulture right. And then Sam Isle X, thank you so much for the 55-person raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I appreciate you sending them over my way. If you guys don't know, I'm TLSG. I did do most of my content on YouTube for a long time, but I've recently switched over to focusing pretty heavily onto the stream side of things. So let's give Mile a shout out. So make sure to the Juggernaut. Juggernaut's always the unfortunate one. Had we thrown Apocalypse right instead of mid, had a pretty good shot. Then Sam Vindica with the with the what a freak. I appreciate that. I always enjoy a good emote spam. Chat drafts for high voltage nonsense, always a good time. Absolutely. Sounds like an incredible way to spend a stream. Then Mono, you said, hey TL, is that short for TLSG? Could be. Are you on when the new card comes out tonight? Yeah. So I'll be on, so I'm gonna stream for probably another 4 or 5 hours. And then I'll get off. I'll get everybody off to like school and to like where they need to be during the day. And then from there, I'll circle back and I'll take a nap. And then I'll wake up in time for the new cards release. They probably have Wiccan, I would imagine. I'm gonna go with the 66% chance of a positive. Oh, they didn't play. Interesting. Why didn't they play? All kinds of extra energy to do it. Go with Calling Wing, we discard the Scorn. Said chat drafts are indeed fun. Specifically, if verse another channel's chat, that can make it pretty fun. That way there's kind of like a battle back and forth. Puts a little bit more of like a stake on it. We have Modok for 5. If we get lucky, we draw into Swarm or Proxima. Either one of those would be fantastic. Big grapple arrow. I think we play Scorn here. No, we'll go ahead and Modok. I was thinking we might skip and then do Modok Blade next turn, but I don't think that's worthwhile. I think we just go ahead and drop it now. Big hazmat.
You
I assume that there's
won't need this anymore.
an Ajax inline too.
Victory.
We'll take the one. We probably should have snapped whenever we had all of our cards in line. I'm not sure what Project Pegasus ruined for them. Besides maybe a Wiccan. They weren't able to curve their cards out as efficiently, so then they would miss a potential Wiccan play. As long as they didn't have it on one. They had no chance to play it as they drew into it, I guess. Next up, we have Oscar CL. Start with Blade. We start with Swarm. We start with Morbius. I almost want to snap, but I'm going to wait until we see what kind of deck the opponent's running before we get too hasty. Proxima is good here. Go ahead and go Morbius. We don't need to necessarily rush the Proxima out. With Deadpool.
Opponent snapped.
Start their snowball for Deadpool really, really early. We don't have our high end. We don't have Gambit to potentially like snipe out one of their big cards. I think we stay at least for now. I'm gonna give him the one. I'm just gonna retreat for one here. I think maybe if everything works out just perfect, we have a shot. But with them having a 12 power Deadpool as early as turn 3, I don't think we risk it. And then Janix, now that we aren't in Wakanda MC, how has Agony felt for you? I actually haven't ran her much since not being in Wakanda MC. So the Deadpool deck ended up, it had some really good high roll potential. But I think with any Deadpool deck, if you're leaning too heavily into like one piece of that combo, then it has large periods where it can feel pretty bad. So I ended up dropping from like 60% win rate down to around 57 before switching and like retiring it. From almost snapping to retreating. Yeah. So when they had Agony into Deadpool, into Aunt May's, just a little bit too much to handle. Like our high end doesn't compete anywhere close to what their high end is. Sorry, I can't remind you to hydrate or do a posture check. I'm saving up for the TLSG name origin. And since I live in the Netherlands, I can't participate in the gambling with points on splits. Oh, really? You can't? I didn't realize that you weren't able to. Hope you don't end up dehydrated or back hurting. Me too. But you're doing it for a noble reason, so I understand. And then Ko with the hydrate reminder for you. Is it worth Symbiote Spider-Man? Symbiote Spider-Man is very fragile, coming in at the 4 cost, so I would lean towards probably no. And then Eldain with the posture check. You guys are coming in very clutch. So I'll make sure that we adjust. We're always gonna hit Widow's Bite here, guaranteed. Guaranteed. This looks like the Misery Phoenix Force deck. Kind of interesting that they capped out mid. Widow's Bite? Ah. No draw this turn. Fortunately. I feel like we have to bite the bullet. Oh, I guess they could just move over into New York. Demon wasn't great, but it wasn't awful either. Thinking we shift pretty heavily into the right. Hope that they do the same. And also hope that our 2-point lead in Savage Land is enough. The symbiote is pretty niche. He's only really run in like Greedy Wong, Panther, Galactus. Yeah. Yeah, he's very fragile. Like he can create some okay play lines, but he's very like linear, transparent, and I wouldn't think he'd be worth 6,000 tokens. I just got to 6,000. I'm on the fence between Cassandra Nova and Sage. I feel like Sage is a little bit more maybe versatile at this point. As long as that's not a rock slide, then we're good in the right lane. Beautiful, we'll take it. Only use symbiote for my Phoenix Force. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sage is a bit more flexible. I think she sees more play. Cassandra's okay, but if you're not seeing a lot of Arisham, she's just like on par for a decent card. But Sage is ran in really useful in a lot of like mid-range or like last turn explosion type decks. Can end up being an absolute like monster. As a new sub, whenever I tune into the stream, it's always very enjoyable and informative. Keep up the great work here. Thank you so much, Sai. That means a lot. That that you're enjoying the streams, because for a while it was mainly the videos that I did, and so I'm still a little bit newer on like the stream stuff. And I personally don't feel like I have like a. I don't feel like I have a big magnetic personality. But what I do have is a positive attitude, and am decently knowledgeable about the game, and I enjoy talking about the game, and so I think it's a perfect fit. You're going to gamble for Toxin next week? I think Toxin has the potential to be pretty good. So Collector, but I think since we don't know if we're going to be able to get both down, I'm going to angle towards the Morbius first. And good dad jokes. That's true, Chris. A little bit less so at night, I think, because I'm a little bit sleepier. But we do have some pretty solid dad jokes. Let's go ahead and send the Corvus. Since we're going to shuffle our cards anyways, if we get rid of Calling Wing, unfortunate. Rid of Collector, unfortunate. But we get extra energy, and depending on what we draw back into, Dracula was probably the one that I didn't want to see go. Okay. Gambit, Calling Wing, so Calling Wing into Gambit. Can we beat the high power output of Blue Marvel, Khazar, Gilgamesh? We have pretty good stats with the deck, but honestly, I think we change soon. So we're doing the Calling Wing first. That way Swarm gets discarded. Gambit has 2 potential hits for Swarm. Well, we lost the 1 out of 3. I'm just gonna skip here, and then we'll see what we draw last. At least we took out the Marvel Boy. It's only like positive or plus out of last turn. Toxin to skip if you lack the bounce package. Missing Sage, Werewolf, and Sable. You probably don't need Sage in it, because with Toxin you're probably going to want to focus more on the 1-cost cards. I feel like Sable is a bigger miss, and then Werewolf I don't think will be like the primary home for it either. Not a great final draw. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We can't beat right lane with anything that we have. Spotlight for Zabu is the worst out of the 3 so far. Oh, has he been the worst like variant out of the 3 times he's been in there? I get so many wins with my good cards, Salmon, Ultron deck. Can't imagine the deck ever not working. Really be curious to see what the deck looks like. So we didn't quite get enough. We were short by 1 in mid. We did hold down the left lane, but Blue Marvel pushed it up so that they won the tiebreaker. Gonna spin tokens instead. Yeah, I just hit the 6,000 token limit for range. I like the glass particles popping out of this one. I just hit 6,000 tokens, is what I came in here for. And so I may skip the caches next week and just buy the card as well. Because the caches, I don't need either one of them. If I get toxins, it'll be with tokens. You said on the album variant? Ooh, I haven't checked the album variant. I know that I'm probably never going to get it. I think I'm 4 out of 8. And 2 of those were bonus ones. Can I actually dislike floating objects in the cards? Why? Because does it kind of just like distract from the actual card or the artwork of the card itself? Is that why you don't like it? Or you just think it looks too crowded, maybe? Next up, we have Rebit. What are you missing besides Call Obsidian? Call Obsidian is the only thing I'm missing now. I picked up Shaw this week. You have to look out for their Eliath. Feels like they should fall to the ground, but they just move up and down. I can see that. I only have Apocalypse as a good hit, so I'm just gonna place the collector to the left, just in case. Just in case it's the Crimson Cosmos. Drop Corvus. Being able to get swarms would help us open up the ability to pressure the left and the right lanes. Dracula's also nice because they've already blown through their Red Guardian. Depending on what we draw. Goliath them? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Depending on what we draw, we might Goliath them. We don't have priority. Never mind. Wait, what a strange last turn.
I am reborn.
What time is it for you? So it is 3:20 in the morning. But I'm still on kind of off hours because the first day that streams launch, I typically like to do an overnight stream, which then pushed my sleep pattern and sleep schedule off a bit. And we haven't recovered yet. I am going to be live at 2 tomorrow, 2 my time, whenever the card refreshes, so whenever shop refreshes or rolls over most days. I'm going to be live again right before that. So the grind never stops. I like to put in a lot of hours when the drops are live because it's viewership numbers that we typically wouldn't be able to hit otherwise. So it's nice to be able to get a lot of kind of like a cushion so that we can do some streams and it be lower and it not be that bad because we have a lot of time at the increased rate. No discard yet. Honestly, drawing into any of our discard cards next turn would be fantastic. Corvus would be beautiful. Probably the best thing we could top deck. Morbius isn't bad, though. And then maybe we can... Dracula would be fine next turn. Okay. Dracula is still fine. And then MODOK would be amazing. Corvus would still be okay. Falling Wing would be the worst of it. Actually, Collector would be the worst of it for sure. No MODOK. We don't want MODOK. Man. I forgot about Dream Dimension. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Just match what they're currently at. Okay, Madam Web, it's fine. I'm glad they didn't Madam Web here. Then moving Athena or Cassandra would be pretty scary. Do we ever just surprise them with a big apocalypse? That would be very reliant on them not pushing much into Dream Dimension. I don't know that that works how we would want it to. Otherwise, I guess we're only going up to 12. They move a Raptor over, play something small. I think we lose this one, but we're going to give it a shot with the MODOK. Oh no, that one card here is scary.
You won't need this anymore.
So even with Apocalypse, it would have only been 5 more. we wouldn't have been able to beat the Sage. In hindsight, looking back, our Morbius and Dracula stacking was pretty poor layout. The reason we played it mid was because it would cap us out right. All it was, we would lose it, but we should have just filled the right lane with the Dracula so that those two were split apart. We definitely won mid though. Like they didn't stand a chance in mid. We definitely threw down in mid. Is there a location that's like if you win this location, you win the round? Kind of, but not directly that text. I think the closest thing would be the Nexus, because the Nexus puts all of your power that's in that lane into the other lanes, and so that's probably the closest. Oh, World Ship. Yeah, World Ship is it eliminates the other location. So if you win that lane, you win the game. So we have the Wiccan Ajax stuff again. We can always hope that Strange Academy maybe shifts their Quicksilver to the left. They did have Rogue though, right? So I'm going to start with the Collector. Yeah, you can lose the Nexus and win the other two. But most of the time, if you win the Nexus heavily enough, you win the other two. But it can happen where that like, doesn't follow that like line. I don't think I've ever seen World Ship with like 4 egos. World Ship seems a bit maybe rare. I haven't seen World Ship in a long time. So we are in trouble to a rogue on the Morbius. Seen it once this season. Ooh, I definitely have not. I think maybe the Modok left is probably the safest for us. Otherwise, we're kind of at risk of having a lower power in the left in our Proxima, or Morbius jumping over there, which 2, 6, 8, which I guess might be more than Modok, depending on what our last turn draw is. And World Ship in high voltage. That is wild, Vindica. I would have assumed that it would be banned, but restricted at least. And then Obi halved. Thank you so much for the big 129 viewer raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Very excited to have you guys here. I don't know that. I think we've only faced each other like feels like one time. But let's go ahead and behaved. Behaved. Sorry, mispronounced it. But we're gonna go ahead and give you a shout out. If you guys haven't checked out Obi, definitely give him a look. Worth a heart, worth a follow. Always doing some very interesting stuff. We can do Gambit Scorn. Gambit is very... You have to get really lucky with the Gambit. We could also do Apocalypse, but I'm not sure that wins against a Wiccan line, so a Magneto. We never win the right lane, do we? Even if Man-Thing's gone. Man-Thing's gone. We could win the right lane, but that's a very niche. You said TLSG, TLSG Mjolnir face cam win? Oof. That got retired for good reason. Sniping, not that. I was gonna say maybe the Ajax could do it, but that one does not do it. It was horrifying. Horrifying in a fantastic way. And then level 1 Bidhoof said we're gonna run the Uatu avatar. I'm actually gonna switch off of this deck for a little bit. And thank you again, Obi, for the raid. Hopefully you had a great stream. We're gonna switch off of this for a bit. This is one that I've been interested in trying, but I haven't tried yet, so it may end up being a short-lived run. But we'll see. And so this deck, let me look around for you guys. So this deck is a Scream hybrid with Scream and Silver Surfer. So there was a deck that I almost got smoked by that that has like a surprising last turn play because I thought it was just like a pretty standard Scream deck. And then all of a sudden they dropped like a big Surfer Absorbing Man and almost was able to like steal it back away from us. And so a lot of the 3-cost cards that we're going to be using are going to be those move disrupt stuff in the Juggernaut Polaris Spider-Man. We also have the Sebastian Shaw because he just gets incredibly large. We have the Absorbing Man that sometimes might copy Spider-Man Juggernaut depending on what their lane positioning is. But we can kind of force those if we end up getting the Scream early. Otherwise, we're looking at just like the pretty standard lineup in lines. So that's what we're going to run a bit of here. And then Obi, you said so happy you're full time. Thank you so much. I'm still a little bit nervous, but hopefully it'll be a good thing. It started off incredibly well, especially with the double drops that we've had this month. But we'll see how it fares going forward. And then Durgu with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you, Durgu. Good morning. Said weird, very weird. I don't recall ever having a Gambit not snipe the card they needed if played against me. I know, it is kind of strange, right? And then Obi, I hope you have a fantastic night. And hopefully we catch you around sometime in the future. That it's hidden flavor text that if you use Gambit, he always targets a squirrel. So let's Scream to the right. We have Sebastian Shaw that we can play into Aunt May's. Ooh, big Deadpool is scary. We could potentially steal a Null. We could save Killmonger to destroy their Deadpool in the last turn, but that only gets us so far.
Opponent snapped.
They do Venom here. I think we rip the Deadpool over to the right. We bring it down from 4 to 2. We probably should have snapped back. We have a really good lineup at stopping their Deadpool because the players at first, the next turn is going to be Spider-Man. We're going to take the Spider-Man, move him over. Oh wow, okay, Nico into Carnage with the destroy trigger. So a lot of good destruction. Yeah, if we move the Deadpool one more time, he won't scale. The only issue is how big their Null gets, how cheap their death is. And if they now throw like a Venom here, it's very scary, very fast. We're gonna do the Spider-Man. We might be able to lean into like a last turn Juggernaut. Yeah, the Null is gonna be massive.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I'm hoping this in the right lane is like a deathlock or something. We're gonna take away their Deadpool almost entirely. Yeah, deathlock. Huge. Rogue gonna feast? Maybe. It depends on if we can grab priority or not. We could move him one more time if we wanted to be cheeky. Now there's no reason for them to destroy it. Throw prio. I think they probably just maybe play in mid this turn. What if we... This feels bad. It pulls the Carnage. There's going to be 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that feels bad. I think if they have Venom, they Venom mid. Yeah, I think we have to skip it. Oh, yeah. The Wolverine... Wolverine could do it. Bouncing off into left, into right.
Enough said, bub. Enough said, bub.
Big Venom. Comes down to a 50-50 read of where they null. I haven't played since it came out, but I'd like to watch the videos. Wait, I got a suggestion to briefly click through all cards during deck review. This probably... Oh, gotcha. And so it's kind of tough because I used the deck tracker from one of the games in the videos, but it is something that I'm trying to find a way to do. And then Unknown, good morning. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Five, 6, 7, 8. They always null here. No doubt about it. So if we can steal the null, do we beat the 61 power Venom? I think so. I think we would beat a point differential with our Juggernaut. Can't Maze moves Juggernaut? In that case, I don't think we win.
Escaped.
Jump out of that one. Because there wasn't a good enough way to set up a potential to steal a null. And if they had Arnim Zola for mid, then we were definitely out of luck. Rogue would have to go mid after moving. Yeah, Rogue would have to go mid after moving, and if they played null, we would have had to hit it from the right lane, which I think is where it goes, or where they played it with the Juggernaut, and it would have to go left. There's a lot of there were a lot of big ifs that I wasn't keen on finding out. Next up, we have Flavio, I believe. We do have the Scream. We get Hope Summers this turn too, or this time. Getting a potentially big card, and if it hits like maybe a Brood, could be really big for us. Oh, we didn't end the turn. Oh my goodness. I was reading through the chat. I thought we were just waiting for them to end. Turns out I was the roper. I'm the toxic one. Let's go Polaris and go ahead and play out our Jin. We'll pull either Agent Venom or Bast. If we hit Brood with the +5 huge, we already have Sebastian Shaw, so that won't be a big possibility. So with the Agent Venom deck, we're probably looking at the Iron Man, the most likely like the Claw version. Definitely looking at a last turn Mysterio with having Bast and Agent Venom. The toxic play was coming from inside the house. Wait, which toxic play? Brood. Okay, Absorbing Man, not awful. We want to save for a potential rogue drop, which can be pretty devastating for them. We have the Juggernaut to displace their last turn. We should be able to have plenty of energy with like Hope Summers. That's why I'm holding the other Jin for now.
I am Iron Man.
As long as we have priority here and they don't drop a Cosmo, we're good. I guess as long as they don't have Rogue as well, some weird offshoot. I don't think we even bother with the Jin. We're gonna have 7 energy, so we could do a 3-cost and Absorbing Man. Yeah, they're not copying Iron Man, but it's still a big loss for
Iron
them.
Man.
That goes from a lane that they should be able to heavily win to a lane that is now much harder to steal home. Double Jin. Oh no. Double Jin is devastating for him. Using Absorbing Man to copy the Juggernaut wouldn't be great. Forge also isn't fantastic. We just hope 11 power is enough. Up to 22, it's not awful. But there is a chance that they... There's a chance they have Shadow King. Abs the Brood left. 9/18/27. Yeah, it's probably the better play. I think we maybe surprise them because they'll have to push pretty heavily into the right lane. And if they have Shadow King, I would imagine it's in the right lane. Incredibly close with the claw pushing into mid.
Victory.
But we will be able to grab it with the massive Absorbing Man food, which is so crazy. Such a good hit from Krakoa. taking a break from work and watching TLSG. Hope you have a good one. Thank you so much, Captain Goulash. Yeah, and we actually, oh yeah, got the casserole too. I didn't think we would win the left with this. They were pretty reliant on Juggernaut being able to do what he needed to win this right lane, and so the extra +2 was enough to swing it. We'll take it. We'll absolutely take it. Incredibly close, loses all 3. It was close. Had we not had a way to fill the board, I think it was... and the Absorbing Man was... There's no way you anticipate the 27 power swing. Alright, so next up we have Tadig. The first location is the Hellfire Club. We have Forge, so we can do Forge into Sebastian Shaw. We don't have the Scream in hand. Kiln's not bad. I kind of like Kiln. Let's go Sebastian Shaw over into Kiln. And next turn, we probably protect it with a Juggernaut. And then it just comes down to winning one of the other ones. I think Rogue is one of those cards that having it built in is very, very strong for a lot of decks right now. With Hope Summers, do they ever... Are they just abandoning Kiln, I wonder? Probably. Probably with the Sebastian Shaw. Just to make sure, I am going to go Juggernaut still. A lot of Hope Summers. A lot of Hope Summers recently, too. Within, like, the last couple of days. She's kind of shot up in popularity. To make sure it wasn't me that was roping Todd Deeg again. Red Guardian, because we didn't have priority, is rough. But with Grapple Arrow, they can still, whatever card they play next, is going to rip over into the Kiln lane. Unfortunately. Without being able to play a card onto Hope Summers. Maybe we could do this. We pull the Kate Bishop over. I guess whatever the card they play, janked over. Unless they play 2 cards. Seeing a lot of Red Guardian recently too. So maybe with the Gauntlet, maybe there was more Red Guardian usage there, and so people kind of picked up on that tech. Sasquatch is fine. We are going to cap them out of mid. So a good Rogue Surfer. Rogue to steal this one. Surfer to bump this up, bump this lane up, pass where we need. People still run into Galactus. Very, very little. A bit oof. So we do get the retreat versus Tadig, setting up the Rogue finisher, and then Silver Surfer giving it just a little bit more edge than what their Sasquatch could do. We'll take it. Jump over into the next one. Toxin hype? Durg. Toxin, I'm a little bit worried that he's... So I think he's going to be great in bounce. I think that's like his home. But I'm a little bit worried that he doesn't go like anywhere else. But I guess we see some beast outside of like a traditional. So I guess it's flexible enough. But I think it's going to be very... I think it's going to put bounce into a very prominent state, which is scary. Because for me, the game's not fun whenever one deck is like everywhere. And I think bounce is going to be everywhere for a little bit. Lovely last few games. Gonna have to try this deck. We have had a good last couple of games with it. Being like that little bit of surprise element of them. Like if you see the Scream, you're not expecting the like surfer stuff to be able to come down. There's a fantastic deal on the web store right now. $2.99 for 1.58 credits and an Iron Man variant. Really? That feels like a really good ratio deal. So Madam Web coming down off the jump. They could have the Storm War Machine. Oh no, they do have the Storm War Machine stuff. We should have saved our Rogue down. Because even if we Juggernaut, not do anything against it. Yeah, we're gonna, as long as they have the Legion, we're drawing dead here. Oh, a double drop, so maybe not a Legion. Big Crossbones. Zabu. Kind of like this play. It's a little sneaky. We Spider-Man, we're going to get 4 Spider-Mans into these lanes, into the quadruple Silver Surfer drop. It's a very, very niche line. But I like it enough to maybe stay here. Maw plus Obsidian is fine. Yeah, no, we have this. It's gonna take a while to get there. We have it, even before the Silver Surfer triggers. We have it locked down. We win mid too, don't we? Do. Take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. Had they drawn their Legion, we had no shot. Bidhoof, you said, wait, WTF, I thought Spider-Man locked up the lane? No. So Spider-Man, since he plays here and then jumps over, his next one's play here, jump over, play here, jump over, and so then he doesn't lock down the location. I love the Spider-Man last turn play in Bar Sinister, especially when coupled with Silver Surfer. It's such a like sneaky niche line that doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's really cool to see. Bidhoof, you said that's the so that's the old Spider-Man. They changed him because it was too oppressive. So now he's on reveal, move to another location and pull an enemy card. So he's now in line with like the other spiders in the game. Ooh, so after this game, we'll actually have to do a quick... What was the old Spider-Man? The old Spider-Man was... The opponent can't play here on the following turn. It's like on reveal, the opponent can't play here following turn or something like that. And so there were a lot of, especially with the old Zabu, there were a lot of like cheeky ways to make it so the opponent just couldn't play in 2 of the 3 lanes on the last turn of the game. And so it ended up being, in doing a Spider-Man into Professor X was also a pretty good curve, because Spider-Man was 4, Professor X on 5. Ended up being really frustrating when it was super common. Yeah, Spider-Man into Absorbing Man. You could also Moon Girl the Spider-Man, which with Zabu was something that I did quite often. What was the copycat here?
Time's up.
Copycat was Scream. In Stegron. And go longer, but then it's a point differential. Stegron would be our only chance. I don't like our odds. They do have 2 arrows from Kate Bishop, which is why I wish we could lean into the Killmonger, but we just don't win anything else. So we'll give them that one.
Escape.
Hope Rock. The game's gonna end. It was the last turn. That's a good way to put it, Vindica. Yeah, so the old Spider-Man was essentially the new Brooklyn Bridge, which, if you haven't played, you may not know of Brooklyn Bridge, but you can't play there the following turn after you play a card there. Spider-Man got reworked because of the Zabu meta. I think he was always a card that was kind of unfun to play against. And so he just kind of came to light of how unfun it was to play against him. Must be weird to play against the same players all the time. It is. It makes for some weird like meta dynamics, because you can't run the same deck, because then they will likely adjust to that deck. And it gets even worse, I feel like, whenever you get to like top 50, top 20, where you see a very narrow band of people. So when making videos and not streaming, I like to stay around like the top 500, because you get a pretty good that chimichanga look cute. It is a pretty cool looking chimichanga. There's a pretty big band of players you play around that range. I missed my Death Wave. Death Wave was a very, very solid one. All right, so we have Hope Summers. We can curve that into like Juggernaut next turn. I think we also save our, or maybe we could have Juggernauted this turn. Big Dakin. Ooh, I meant to run ads after the last game, and I totally forgot. My bad. We can do Brood. But I think instead maybe it's Juggernaut here. What is Death Wave? So Wave used to reduce the cost of cards to 4 instead of set them to 4. And so something like She-Hulk. Let's say you played Wave on 3 and skipped with your other 2 energy. She-Hulk would be free on the final turn, because it would bring their cost down to 4, and then the reduction would take place. Same thing with Death. Death, if you destroyed 2 cards and then use Wave, she would go down to like 2 to be used alongside whatever wave drop or whatever wave enabled cards you wanted to go with. So like a leader, or any other big finisher. And so it was very, very oppressive. I enjoyed Wave with like Doctor Doom, and I think She-Hulk, Doctor Doom, She-Hulk. Doctor Doom, Death. There were a couple of cool ways to run it. So let's go heavy into the right lane here. And then we have Rogue to steal Strong Guy next turn. We'll have a lot of extra energy, so we could maybe even proc the Strong Guy in the right lane. Ooh, big Dakin into mid. X23, so they're not going to try to double, like, they're not going to try to Arnim Zola him up. Oh, and actually, do we even need to do the rogue? I have 8 energy here. So even if it goes up by 6, it's not enough in that right lane for him. I wish we had saved our Juggernaut now. We could have just pushed over. We ever beat the potential to beat a 20 power here, so it goes up to 23? Doubt it. Or I guess just 20 power. No, without one of our movement cards, I don't think it's possible. Root into Absorbing Man right. 4, 8, 12. I don't know that that's going to be enough. But it's probably the best shot we have. Ooh, for 8 cubes? What are we doing? Ooh, big gambit. Okay, that's fine. Oh, good call. Good call, you guys. I didn't realize that was great. I didn't either until I locked in. Ooh. What'd I say? It was a very good play. Good call. I never had a doubt. Never had a doubt in your call ability. Goodness. That definitely helps us out a good amount. But with that, it is time to take a quick ad break. We're going to jump over into 3 minutes of ads so that we push them off for about an hour. Or it should be a full hour. And then we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Gambit didn't want to make a name for himself. All right. Oh, actually, we have a lot of time left on the break, so I'm gonna hold off on queuing up for just a minute as we wait for that to get a little bit closer. That way, no one misses out on much. Maybe they'll end up missing like the first turn, but who are you most excited about with character mastery? I'm actually a little reserved on character mastery. So what I would envision or want in character mastery is something kind of like League of Legends, where you play a card, you complete certain challenges with that card, like make a 200 power Deadpool to like finish out the mastery or something like that. But what I think it's going to end up being is like how many times have you split and how many variants do you have instead. So I don't feel like I'll engage with the feature as much because we don't have a lot of details on like what it actually includes. But I feel like it's going to be more of a like, how many times have you split? How many times and you like make progress on your mastery, depending on how many times you split or how many variants you own. I hope not, but I feel like that's the direction it will go. Yeah, I really like the idea of it too, until realizing that that's probably the direction they're going to go. To check the web shop. We have refer a friend back too. So the web shop celebration, $3 for 1,500 credits. A decent Iron Man variant. Not awful. That's a pretty good amount of credits. So it's 1,500 credits for $3. Versus like $10, you get 500. So 1,500 credits is 1,200 gold. Which is about, what, 15 to $17 or so worth of like just flat credits, and you get a cool variant with it. So pretty good value on the web shop exclusive. And then who was your main on League? I haven't played League in a while, but the last main that I had was Ivern. I really enjoyed being able to use Ivern to do some cool like protecting of the main carries, so that they didn't just get bursted down. But it also had a pretty cool jungle path. You just kind of go and set up things and they just destroy. But I really liked his kit and the ability to like roam so heavily without having to focus on like destroying the actual camps. And then what is your favorite card? My favorite like ability is Captain Marvel's. She's able to threaten all 3 lanes just by herself. She's never been like broken, but she has like I don't know, a unique ability that I've always liked. Next up we have Dennis Creed. First location, Necrotia. Second one is Castle Blackstone. So we'll probably push into that lane. Scream is a little bit scary without us having a lot of cards that can have some decent reach. Maybe we go Brood into Absorbing Man so that they don't have much space to dislocate our cards. We can always drop Killmonger on 5. But we free up some extra space if needed. No such luck on the Polaris, my friend. Get Surfer. But we've already dropped Absorbing Man, so... we ever Sebastian Shaw into like a Juggernaut Surfer line? I feel like there's a chance that maybe they arrow here. No, they can't, because our last one would be Shaw. We snap this. She was strong. Like she's had moments where she kind of shined a little bit, but never anywhere that she was just like dominant. Okay, we go Juggernaut Surfer. There is a chance that they just go big in the left lane. So like left in either left or mid. But I still think we kind of stick this one out. So the Surfer bumps us up quite a bit. I don't think it's going to be enough in mid. Hey, they're running... Dennis, are you in the chat?
Victory.
I think they're running the exact same deck that we were. Take the 4. And we're continuing to just clean house with the deck. Like it feels like some lines or some draws might end up being kind of congested, but we've always managed to find a way to play them out. I lost the first game we played with it, but I think after that, we've been on a clean streak. The Venom album track. I want to make sure that I don't disconnect from this. I'll check it after this one. So we're 5-2 with the deck. We're a average cube gained per game of 2.71, which is crazy rate. Next up we have Ab, and we got a copy of their Hit Monkey. We have Forge. Could Forge into the cloning vats, but I don't know that we'd want to do that. Black Swan is a little bit concerning with Hit Monkey, so they do have the potential to flood pretty heavily. So our Juggernaut may not get much play here. We're talking about the Spider-Man,
Spider-Man here.
or the Spider-Man variant where he has swords.
Friendly
Does
neighborhood
he even need swords?
Spider-Man
He can
here.
just punch people in half. Armored
Friendly
spider
neighborhood
swordsman, yeah.
Spider-Man here.
So we're okay with them copying up on the Hydra Bob. We do have Killmonger to lean into. No Hope Summer, so we can't do Surfer plus Absorbing Man last turn, but I think there's a good chance that we could actually. Do we snap to make sure the Hydra Bob moves? So if we do that, Could focus up on
Opponent snapped.
something else instead. I guess we don't want priority, do we? Zillim, who are you? Oh, you're saying that over to Lionheart. Okay. So we don't want priority here. Still gonna do the Juggernaut. Probably shouldn't, but we're going to. They snapped as well. Ooh, snapped into dropping the Hit Monkey already. And they get the buffed up version. Was it ever a Killmonger Juggernaut situation? May not even go Surfer here. Killmonger frees up some potential for us to push that left lane over. And we're taking out the big Hydra Bobs. And the Titaniums, my goodness. The Wasp is fine.
I want the throne.
Comes down to we don't win right though, do we? Oh. No. We don't win the point differential. It was close. We had to make sure that Wasp went over here, but we weren't quite able to make it. Should have figured you were a jungle player. It suits you. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed jungle a lot. After that, top lane was kind of my like default backup line, but I did enjoy jungle the most. And then Lionheart, you said still fairly new to the game, but really enjoying it overall. Any tips for newbies from any fellow snappers? And so there were a couple from Xylem with learning to snap and retreat, learning about priority. The other one would be like learning the kind of common lines. A lot of times I can tell most of a deck, so within probably a handful of like slight variations, just from seeing like 1 to 2 of their cards. So that just kind of comes with time, but just learning what those common play lines would be. And then as far as progress goes, making sure you're completing your dailies and weeklies helps out the most. That's like the best thing you can do for your progress, is make sure that you're getting those completed. Then Mike Dot is to check your Twitch tags. Yeah, I'll have to double check them. I think I had them mislabeled or something. Because there are a lot of different beliefs, and whatever your personal belief is, I have no intention on yucking on anybody's yum. And so just because mine may not line up directly with yours, that doesn't mean that I want to push it onto everybody else that may not have that same alignment. No, Mono. They were joking. Well, the big destroyer. We get Khazar. Not great. Is that Kang is a great card? Your thoughts? Please don't. You may have been misguided in your youth, Mike Dot. I don't think we ever overtake mid now. Can still the Morbius. Classic destroyed, good against bounce. I don't know. I think it might be okay, depending on how bounce is like teched out their deck. We want to do rogue, probably rogue surfer last turn, or yeah, rogue surfer. Hey, a Doctor Doom? What kind of deck are they running? Obviously not the kind that I thought. Let's go rogue, right? We steal the Morbius away. And then hope that the buff from Surfer onto the Shaw is enough for us. Honestly, I don't know if it is. The Calling Wing onto Scorn is fine. Especially with Morbius. They're leaning pretty heavily onto the Morbius value. Gambit. We may have needed that one. That may be... Now we get the bonus. It's only plus 2 for 6. We win by 1. Whew. Gambit almost hit the right target.
Victory.
Said religion and politics should stay out of chat. Yeah. Like, it's... Or I think anything that has a very strong opinion one way or another, that, like, most of the time, it's not going to be productive conversation. So I typically don't, like, engage in any of it. Okay, he had me until the very last sentence. Mono, I just now caught the last sentence. But I do have a couple minutes. And it's not because I don't think those things are important. I think it's just probably more of a time and place. Like, there are so many different diverse backgrounds and stories that and beliefs that, like, could and are probably here, that I don't want to. I don't find the value in. Yeah, no, it was definitely a bot, but they've been, like, popping up more and more recently. So, like, Brood into Absorbing Man is decent. Into, like, Forge Sebastian plus Killmonger Surfer last turn. I wonder how many times Morbius has been rogued in Scorn Week. Probably too many. Yeah, Mono. I think in person, yeah, absolutely. But that's, you know, like a smaller, more intimate gathering. Let's go with this right now. Yeah. Should have assumed the Legion was coming because we knew that they had Legion. Now we hope Sebastian Shaw does not get zapped. Beautiful. Killmonger is also beautiful. So Killmonger clears out the 7 here. Clears out everything there. This. Did we boomer snap it? They just heard the word boomer snap and they jetted. They said we don't want it. No part of it. So we're making good steady stride. We dropped a little bit and then climbed a little bit, and then we'll drop a little bit and climb a little bit. So since we're not super stressed about ending anywhere, I would like to get top 100. I think with the amount of time we've streamed this season, I think it would be nice to be able to crack the top 100 at least. But we still have plenty of season left to get there. The difference in amount of variants from mainstream cards versus the less popular ones like Absman Maximus is crazy. And it's kind of crazy that you say that because Maximus has quite a few as well. But like the mainstream ones, I would even include Storm in that. Storm, I feel like, has one of them. I'd be curious what card has the most variants in the game. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was Storm. So yeah, it does seem kind of, or feel kind of crazy, like how big of a gap that is. But I think it comes down to access to the artwork that is available. And so it's harder to get something fully created for like a card that isn't really popular or hasn't had very many issues, things like that, that they can kind of draw from. So the Athena is, well, I guess if they can't scale it, then maybe it's not as big of an issue. Our Rogue, I think, has a lot of value in this matchup. They'll typically drop an ongoing on 5. And so having priority going into turn number 6 could be really important here. I hit, you said, would guess Captain America? Maybe. Captain America does have a lot.
Clear for takeoff.
All right, let's do, I guess, just the Polaris. Absman has 8, Storm has 20. It's wild. There's the Iron Man. As long as we have Prio, they won't be able to slap us with Mystique. Which we love to see. Rogue here. 5, 6, 7. It goes to 14. And Juggernaut? Juggernaut.
Oh, snap.
I think I have 6 captain variants, and I've never bought a captain variant. Yeah. There are quite a few, especially for how unoften he's used. Only 2 cards, one being in mid.
I am.
A little bit afraid of what they have. It shouldn't be more than the 7. Oh no, Juggernaut's fine. They do still win the right lane. They don't win the others. The Rogue, I think, really holds the deck down at being able to have those paths and avenues to win. We'll take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. It turns out Iron Man has 20 and Cap has 18. Iron Man is one that we see an awful lot of. Picked up the Venom album? Ooh, no, thank you. I have a goldfish memory whenever I'm streaming. Oh, I can't see his animation. And Mike Dot? In the spirit of focusing on the game, we're all here to watch. What are your thoughts on the premium season pass? Potentially giving 2 season cards instead of 1. Like for instance, next month you could get Marvel Snap cards of both. You got me. You got me. It was a wall of text, and I was leaned into it. You got me, Mike. He said the animation is awesome. He slams his hand on the table. I can't wait to see it. Like I'm sure I'll see it from like maybe Dara or Dexter whenever they get on. Or on X or Twitter. I'm sure it's also probably posted around there. Click the variant channel in your Discord. All right, do it after this game. I've said, got him. Rogue is so good. One of my favorite cards. Yes, when she pops off, and I think right now in particular, because we have so many people that are running the Agent Venom, like ongoing heavy deck, that I think right now she is in like a particularly strong spot. Without anything to play up until that point, can't really mess up the Deadpool and their destruction of him. Unless we can grab priority. Go ahead and do it. What deck would work well against the upcoming Storm of Bounce?
Need to change my underwear.
I don't know. If there's a decent Sandman deck out there, I think Sandman will probably poised to do pretty well. But outside of that, I'm not for sure. If bounces everywhere, you run things like I think Mobius would help against the like swarms, against the not the swarms, the black swans, and the beast cost reduction as like a 1-card offset. Harley Prile and Juggler board. For this one, yeah. But played against the Sandman, Mobius, War Machine Infinite deck. Did it do well? We don't have a lot of good utility here. I'm just going to go Hope Summers. And we're going to just hope. We run the She-Hulk Monkey deck. Oh, yeah, so it definitely won. It definitely was able to beat you.
What a game!
Do they ever Deadpool and Venom here? I hope so. We can knock that out of the way with our Juggernaut. Easily enough. Beautiful. Maybe it separates. It was wishful thinking.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Yeah, we drew every single one of our 3 drops. If we get Brood, but never. Yeah. Soaring Man would have been maybe okay. I'm assuming they don't have Arnhem Zola because they wanted to place the Venom in mid. I think they probably null left, death right. We don't have a good like lineup for a rogue play. Unless we were just hopeful. But we're not. So we're going to jump out of that one. Mike, you said as someone who played Pokemon Go for 3 years but has never heard of this Monopoly video game, what kind of creatures am I catching in Monopoly Go? You're catching boards, businesses, and becoming a tycoon. And then Durg with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And then turn 6, Zabu said, holy 3 drops. Last game or the deck in general? The deck in general is very heavy onto the 3 drops. But we've been able to hold our own for the most part. Right now we're 8 and 4. So it's still a low sample size. Next up we have MVP Neutron Reactor. The first location is Aunt May's. Or the hand, yeah, it may have been the hand. If so, yeah, it was very leaned towards very lean towards the 3 drops. Drawing into Sebastian Shaw would be really good here. Rogue is also great for their Morbius. I think it's too risky to not play a card. With us not having like any kind of reduction or anything to cheat a lot of cards on the board. We could go ahead and rogue now, or do we save it as kind of like a surprise turn or surprise thing? I think we save it. We save it and then kind of burst. Maybe we can burst them down on the last turn. We steal the Morbius, steal that lane. And then like maybe just throw a Juggernaut left. We'll have at least 7 energy on the last turn. If we do this. We could also for Surfer now. That only hits 2 cards. That would allow us to do a Soaring Man plus Rogue. Still think we're gonna lean into it.
You won't need this anymore.
Corn is big for him. No Apocalypse, interesting. You rogue. You Juggernaut. Call it a day.
Snap.
Boomer snap? Yeah, we boomer snapped them. And they still have a chance to win. Even without the Morbius, that only brings them down to what, 15? Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man instead of the Rogue? Then we might hit like a Corvus, and it doesn't really do enough for us in like pressuring that right lane. I don't. Or if we do Rogue plus Spider-Man, there's really no telling what gets moved over into like Aunt May's. Uh-oh. Corvus got buffed from Lady Sif. Don't move a card, so we're not going to be able to scale the Scream. So turns out Spider-Man instead of the Juggernaut was the play. Spider-Man right, Juggernaut right would have also done it. Look at that variant. Which one? This one? Oh, the one in the Discord? We didn't have priority, so Juggernaut would activate Scream. It's just if their card is unrevealed that it doesn't. So it's only if we have the priority on it. Let's. So the album variant, he slams his hands down with Spider-Man in the background demanding food. Pretty sleek. I like it, yeah. It feels like one of the more like highly animated cards. I don't really like gold split on armor Spidey. It hides the rain. I don't have a black and white, and so then it would just be a normal one. But it does hide the rain a bit. You can still kind of see it. The brain in the card also spells venom. I like it. You said you haven't inked? Yeah, I think he would definitely look pretty good in inked. All right, next up we have Hail Walter. Hydra Bob, great value for our Scream. I think we snap into it.
Snap.
Our snap drop still available? Yeah, you. Yeah, the drops are still available. If you do exclamation point drops, the first link is how you link your Marvel Snap account to your Twitch account. And then the second one is how you check your progress. And then Kira said, in your opinion, is it good to play with decks created by the game? It can be. So you're talking about like with the like fill deck option. Those are typically going to be your either more common or more successful decks. So it can be worthwhile to run them. But it can also, because it goes off of the player data, so if it's a card or a combination that it doesn't have really much to go with. Sometimes it gives you some crazy, like off the wall stuff.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
We're gonna go ahead and do Spider-Man to debuff the Killmonger, buff our Scream, and it looks like they're running a Galactus. With the Hydra Bob, the Killmonger is what I imagine they're running. Do we ever Juggernaut left? I would like to get the extra energy from Hope Summers. But I don't think we can. Double drop with wave in left, so blink. Switching to Galactus. No such luck, my friend. Sorry, Walter. You have a 6 split on it. But no such luck on the Galactus line. We have the Abs Man. Or like Rude Surfer. 4, 6, 8. It ties in the right lane. They could just go high power output. So something like maybe a Juggernaut mid might do okay. But I think this is what we're going to go with. The big Goliath. Comes down to a point differential, so we're fine. But very big Goliath.
Victory.
We actually turned a 2-cuber into a 4. I think they definitely mad stayed there. We have one. After our next game, we'll have to run to a quick set of ads because it's counting down, and we're trying to make sure we don't burn out of our snoozes. The animator rain really makes the variant. Okay, I'll take a look at it right after this one. Sinister London, double Scream, double Spider-Man, double Snap. So my favorite Captain America split is actually one that has a really unique feeling animation. So it looks like an old-timey TV, or like an old-timey TV show or a video. Where it kind of has the like glitchiness, like you're watching from an old TV. I never upgraded or split him because I was always afraid it would take that away. There was also one that I think had, there was one that had some like rain on it as well. But for the Spider-Man, you said the rain really makes the card. I feel like you don't want us to use the gold split that we got. I don't know. I feel like with the foil background, you really can't see it that well either. Film grain. Thank you, Eldane. That's what I was looking for on that other one. Film grain. I love the season pass, Spider-Man. It looks like it's from the Spider-Verse. The Spider-Verse one? This one? I like that one too. Spider-Man has some pretty good... Oh, wait. We need to run to ads. Spider-Man has some pretty good variants. We're going to jump over into the 3 minutes so that we can push it off for another... push it back another hour. And then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, so we have just a little bit. So I'll queue up when we get just a little bit closer. The ad being done. Durg, you said you have way too many Spider-Man variants. Yeah, I feel that one. All right, let's go ahead and shift over. Why two new Iron Man variants now? Know which one I should upgrade. That's true. They did just come out with the one from High Voltage and the one from the web shop. So there's... I think they're probably both good options. All right, next up we have Aranhadan. First location is Fogwell's Gym. Then skip on 2, because unfortunately we don't have our Scream or Forge. And throw Brood into Sabretooth. Has to be low collection level, right? Derek, you said Iron Man has too many awesome ones. We have the Nullified, the Kale.
Enough said, Bub.
They released, and now they released a new one. Keep bundle, yeah. Yeah. I wish they would implement a thing for the variants where you can mark multiple as your favorite and it just kind of randomly selects. Yeah, a randomizer. I would love that feature. But will we ever get it? Who knows? I would like the same thing for card backs and for avatars as well. We might actually get here. Wow, mid was not where I was expecting to have space to play. They never have null, do they? Four, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it goes up to 17. We don't beat what's there. We don't even beat what's there already. No Juggernaut to protect this lane. Rogue would be hopeful that they have a null, but I'm guessing their collection level is like 700, 1,000. I doubt they have null. We're gonna jump out for the 1.
Escaped.
I think I want to switch up on decks a bit. This one's 10 and 5, so it's fine. No, we'll run it for a little bit more. Put a little bit bigger sample size on it. It's one that some hands can feel kind of congested, kind of clunky, but I think it has several surprising play lines or surprising options that give it those avenues to win. What are your thoughts on Anti-Venom? Think he'll be worth the pickup? I've seen people on both ends of this debate. I think Anti-Venom could be one of those cards that could be really scary to play against because you don't know what power output. This was 10 and 5. Feels way better. Yeah, so we started off really strong. We started off really strong and it's kind of teetered a little bit. So we've won 10 out of 15 mono. But as far as Anti-Venom, I think he's going to be inconsistent, but he's one of those cards kind of like Loki where you just don't know what their power output could be because it just scales or has the ability to scale. I don't know. We don't have priority here, or else we would try for like Spider-Man Polaris. But instead, we'll just go ahead and go Spider-Man. That way we start scaling our Scream. We can start maybe pressuring the lead on the board.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
I think Anti-Venom will be pretty niche. I think when you see him, it might be hard to anticipate like what their potential lines could be. But I think for the most part. Wait, they played their Nico with the demon spell? Wild. Not that it changes anything, because I doubt they need to merge with the Agony now. But we can go Polaris onto either Demon or Agony. Hopefully the Demon. Huge value. And so Scream's going to scale off of it. And if they have like a Venom here, so Deadpool Venom. Well, they do have the...
What a game!
They have the album variant as well.
Clear for takeoff.
It is a small Venom, but he's hungry. Oh, I see it now. I see the Venom, V-E-N-O-M. Really easy to overlook, but it does I like the detail in it. So Hope Summers, Sebastian Shaw. We get Surfer next turn is decent, but still not great. I think Juggernaut would be good. How do I get gold card or even black ink? So Pika Pow. So if you continue splitting your cards, so you level it all the way up to infinite, and then you can split it. That'll be how you
What a game!
eventually get like gold, black, and white. Or like, there's something with the flare on the outside called Kirby Crackle that also looks pretty sleek. Not quite what we wanted to see. With priority, it's pretty bad. And then Ruroni, welcome in. Hopefully you have hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. You said my man has spent some resources on these card borders. He has for sure. Every single one has a pretty nice rainbow border. Or a pretty nice like cosmic border. How's the deck performing so far? So right now the deck is 10-5. But it started off really, really strong and then has kind of stalled a bit. But we're still holding pretty decently. And then Brat, do you get to preview the border when you want to apply? Yeah. Yeah, you can click on it and you see what it looks like before purchasing it. Right, 12, 7. Oh, even if we had switched it and did Absorb Man left, we wouldn't have been able to do it. Having Prio, the Null was very, very scary. The Taskmaster from the raft was what like pushed them over the edge. So you can preview what the border will look like before you purchase it. So here, the Rainbow Cosmic, 1,000 tokens, which is crazy. So the last one was winnable. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pull it out. We'll give it a few more. 35% chance now. Yeah. Typically 25-ish%. 35, it's increased right now from the fourth split on. Next up, we have our Thunder. YOLO Potato Man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day, morning, afternoon. Hopefully you're having a good one. Go ahead and go Scream, go Juggernaut left next turn. So as long as they don't flood much into that lane, I'll go ahead and snap it. I was going to say, as long as they don't flood much into that lane, we get more evolution than they do. But as soon as they see the Scream, I think that they'll know that Juggernaut is likely to come down in the left lane. Yeah, Rainbow Cosmic the pig. We definitely Rainbow Cosmic the pig. We go Juggernaut. We could also go Spider-Man. But I think Juggernaut's the play here. Not going to get impacted by Scream. Madam Web Ant-Man? Go Sebastian Shaw. We could also wait until next turn and do Forge plus Shaw. Morning for me. Good to see you streaming. It's good to be streaming. We started the stream off with a really big raid from Husky Puppies, and then we've been going strong ever since. Sacking a web onto Hulk slab. Yeah, definitely a kind of a ballsy play for sure. Go this just in case we wanted to do like Silver Surfer Spider-Man, or do we push it into the left lane? Or not Silver Surfer Absorbing Man. But I'm not sure that we ever want to do that. I think I'm gonna push left instead. Unless they have Luke Cage. Okay. Man thing makes me think that they probably have Luke Cage. Would mean they could pretty easily win Jotunheim. And then Darkness Rabbit, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Great afternoon, morning, night, whatever time it is for you. Hopefully you're having a good one. So there's always a chance with Spider-Man that we pull the Man Thing out.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
All right, so a single card drop. We do rip the Man Thing. Claw was very, very close at pushing that right lane. But we will tie that lane, tie mid, we win left. We'll take the 4 cubes. Every time they take their time on turn 6, I feel like you're being stream sniped. Yeah, me too. I doubt it happens as often as we might think. But that's why sometimes I'll pull up like a variant or a location and just kind of leave it on the board to make it a little bit harder for them. My own personal snipe shield. Like, I don't think they were. I think they were just really thinking through their plays. Because I do the same thing on turn 6 on like a difficult decision. But next up we have a Sapo Vesgo. Boromir is good for him. We do have Forge into Brood into maybe Absorbing Man. This is the Throg avatar. I remember people being so excited when that came out. Let's go ahead and I think we go Brood into the Vault. That way we're at least pressuring that one regardless of what they're playing. Big Cassandra Nova. take Spider-Man. Hopefully not pull it into mid.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Another affliction. Ah, well. Mid is tough for us. And going into 5. Oh, great. Looks cute with the mini Thor helmet. Yeah. There's a Throg variant out there, I believe, as well. I think it was from one of the bundles, so it'll eventually pop up in the collector vault. Big Ajax. Six, 8. We never compete with that. Our best bet would be Polaris, but I don't think that's a great bet. A hazmat plus a handful of other drops here. Give him the 1.
Escaped.
It's in the most expensive tier. Is it really, Eldane? Could you answer me a question? Should I spend gold to roll missions, or to buy bundles, or just buy credits? The gold bundles lately have been pretty poor value, and so I would say what I typically do with them is just buy credits, but refreshing missions is going to be a little bit more progress because you get a little bit of season pass XP as well, but it takes more time. So if you're not actively playing anyways, or as much, sometimes it's faster just to buy credits rather than sitting around and waiting for a gold bundle. Now, there could be gold bundles that pop up in the future that are good value that you might miss out on if you spend it now. So it's a kind of a it's kind of a which one would you rather? Would you rather if cards a little bit faster, but probably miss out on a good value bundle if it pops up? Or would you rather get as much value and progress from that currency as possible, but that might mean that it takes another couple of months? So what was I going to look at? I was going to see if I had the Thor variant. I don't think I bought the bundle. But I've also bought a bunch of bundles in the past, so I didn't know. Mono, you said I spent all my gold on the variant shop. And I think that's perfectly fine for some people as well, depending on like what your main objective is. If it's to unlock as many cards as fast as possible, then that's generally not the best way. But if it's to have like the cool things that you can use on cards that you use, yeah. And so I don't ever criticize somebody for doing it. I look to try to optimize the progress as much as I can, knowing that I'll pull some variants later. But if you're really into like certain pieces of art or like certain cards, yeah, definitely explore that option too. Then hydrate from Zeus. I appreciate you. So Sable, Agent Venom. And the premium Mr. variant and 2,000 tokens every 10 cards I buy is nice. Yeah, it's definitely nice as like a little bit of a addition. How to get the Spider-Man variant? So it has to be on Discord.
Friendly neighborhood
So
Spider-Man
you
here.
just have to accept the quest on Discord, and then load up both Snap and Discord on a PC. It's a PC only quest, unfortunately. Okay, let's go Shaw to the right. Then we'll go Brood. We have to look out for like an Iron Man. Oh, gonna do it with Cosmo. Don't know that we win this one, but we are gonna. I am gonna stay. With Brood being the last card we played, I think if we rotate Killmonger this turn or as that first card into Absorbing Man, I think it would copy the Brood. Then Mono, you said time to make the fam some lunch. Happy stream, TLSG. Don't forget to take that nap. I'm definitely looking forward to the nap. I'm starting to drag a little bit, but we're gonna push through. I have to get the house ready in about 3 hours, anyways, to get them ready for like the day and school.
I am Iron Man.
Big Iron Man left is
I want the throne.
there's Athena scale. It does, but it's not enough. It's kind of ugly,
Victory.
but we'll take the win where we can. So since Surfer was technically not on the board anymore, Absorbing Man no longer hits it. All right, so next up we have Confusion. The first location, Gamma Lab. We're going to use turn 2 for Scream. Turn 3, maybe Brood, but that doesn't feel great. Ooh, and they're running a Sworn over here. Go Scream into maybe Brood as our follow-up. Might be Brood, it might be a Killmonger line. With it being a discard deck, they... now I'm torn. I want to be able to do like Absorbing Man onto the Brood, but no, we're going to lean into this. We're going to be able to have more Hulks than they do. As a discard deck, they typically don't run any kind of counter tool. It's just the deck doesn't allow the flexibility to be able to do that. Watch it have a random Shang-Chi that doesn't get discarded too. I mean, I've seen crazier things. They intentionally discard their MODOK? What? That feels like a bit of a mistake. I'm afraid of a Dracula here. This is a paid actor. It kind of looks like it. Kind of feels like it, Straws. And by the way, welcome in, Straws. Hopefully you're having a good one. We can Magneto pull... Ooh, Gambit. Fortunate. We can Magneto pull the Gambit and Lady Sif out. Might be Hela. MODOK. Red Skull. Don't really see Flex and Hela. Yeah, that's true. There's a chance that they fill this and we just lose the right lane. Their only shot. They only have 2 cards. Are they able to play both? Hope not. They did lose MODOK. Used Blade to discard the Proxima, so maybe. The Apocalypse, we also have to hit the Lady Sif.
Or
Or it goes to, I guess not. It goes to a point differential. Then we win the point differential. That's fine.
victory.
I was stressing that one pretty heavily, but pretty easy. Pretty big win. Because we had this one as long as they didn't play 2 cards on the final turn. We had it locked away. So let's see what we're back up to. Last time I checked the deck stats was about 30 minutes ago. Ooh, next up we have Hydroprod. Hydroprod is rank number 8 right now. So we're at a 62% win rate after 21 games. Not bad. A Forge, or we can go ahead and get a turn 2 Hope Summers. You're up on the day? Yeah, we're definitely up on the day. We started at like 152. And have been climbing slowly but steadily. Let's go Hope Summers into the mid. How confusing. You said GG TLSG? I was the last guy. I was hoping Lady Sif would discard Red Skull. Yeah. I noticed once you discarded the Red Skull later that you were probably hoping for that 50-50. So very good game. Unfortunate outcome, but Very good game nonetheless. That poor Red Guardian. We don't have priority. I think we do something like Scream Forge. We may even forge into Machine World. That way, if we draw like Sebastian Shaw or something we would rather do. Ooh, they pulled our Surfer. We don't lean all the way into Surfer, but that is kind of unfortunate. Killmonger to handle the Hydro Bob would be pretty good. It'll be 12 power.
Opponent snapped.
Be 6, 7, 8. Doesn't beat the 12. It never beats 12. We're at 12, 15. That's not bad. And then on the last turn, we could Killmonger Juggernaut. Oh, that is a healthy amount of cards for turn number 5. So as long as, I mean, even if this is a real Mysterio, we win left. As long as the Juggernaut, no, we should be fine. They move Jeff over, that it helps our Scream. Yeah, no, but Jeff moves, Scream scales. So it goes, it's a 1 power Jeff. Wait. What do they have? They're...
I want the throne.
We'll stay on here. Big Sasquatch. Goodness. Fine. I bet they forgot about Scream. I don't know.
Victory.
Yeah, I bet they forgot about the Scream debuffing their Jeff. Not every day that I get 4 or am able to steal 4 off a Hydroprod, so I'll gladly take it. Up to 137, so we're climbing pretty steadily now. How often are you stream sniped? We don't know. I mean, I think it would be very hard to gauge somebody that was trying to stream snipe like lightly. So whether that be a retreat that they may not have made otherwise, whether that be they shift up like what play they have, knowing what cards we have in hand. I think it would be tough to like get a real good gauge on it. So usually I don't even try. I don't think it happens as often as like some people complain, but I'm sure that it does happen some. Then Zon with a hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Let's go ahead and go, I guess, Forge. Crimson Cosmos is really rough for us unless we get like the Brood Absorbing Man line. Then Posture Check from Zon as well. I appreciate you. Goes to the left. That gives us a pretty easy Juggernaut. We just hope that it Juggernauts all the way over to the left lane. Wait, it can't move from the Iron Fist. Beautiful. Let's go Sebastian Shaw, just in case we get Surfer. We could go Surfer Shaw, or Surfer Absorbing Man final turn. Cube Thief deck? What, ours? Or theirs? Because ours is doing decently over the big sample size. Larger sample size, I guess. Yours? Yeah, yeah. We've been stealing some really big cube games out of their pockets. Very, very lengthy turn. So they do get the Iron Fist to move the Vulture finally. Then Aranya moves it right back. The Falcon, so they get the Iron Fist one additional time. Well, I think we probably lose this one. We're going to retreat out of it. And as we're waiting for the retreat, it is time for a quick ad break. We're going to jump over into 3 minutes to push off the ads for about the hour, or I guess for the full next hour. And then we'll be right back, you guys. I hate Cosmos. It's such an unfun location. Yeah, I agree. And Eldane said, time for me to head out. Have a good rest of the stream. Catch you later for Toxin. Thank you so much, Eldane. We're gonna get a good nap here in a little bit, and then we'll be ready to go for Toxin. I will need a pretty lengthy nap though, so. Oof. And so I hope you have a great rest of your night. Catch you around on the next one. All right, we should be close enough that we're able to jump over into our next one. All right, so next up we have Dr. Filthy. First location is the Hellfire Club. With the Nova starting out. Yeah. I think we probably throw like an early Sebastian Shaw into Castle Blackstone. Either that or we could throw Juggernaut so that we can make sure we have that extra energy going into turn number 4. I don't know that we need to push it that hard. And then Gig, you said, hey man, just wanted to let you know, I really enjoy watching your streams. I can learn something about how to play almost every time. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're enjoying them. Hopefully they continue to be educational and entertaining at the same time. Go ahead and drop, I guess, Hope Summers. Next turn, maybe we throw like Spider-Man there. Oof. Brood, Absorbing Man, Nova line is treacherous. I don't think we're going to be able to do anything to stop it. Really enjoy watching your streams too. Makes it so easy to win when we match up. I mean, you're not wrong, Mike. You're not wrong. You're not Wong. So they don't have the extra energy here. So we could Surfer Absorbing Man. Or Surfer Absorbing Man. And I think we get more mileage out of the left lane than what they do. We also have Shaw down, so our mid lane scales more than what theirs will. I almost want to snap back into this one, but we're just going to lock in at the 2. Move the Nocturne. Then what? Killmonger, Surfer? So Shaw. Oh, Killmonger is not gonna do it, I don't believe. Wait, why not Absorbing Man, Surfer? Wait, I didn't. Oh, did I do it in the wrong order? Yeah. No, we did it. We did it the way I thought. I didn't think we needed the extra broodlings, and so at least with this way we get the double trigger of Surfer. And so I put Surfer to the left. Just it ends up being the same amount of power.
Victory.
But we are able to pull down the 4 cubes. Had they had Surfer Killmonger, we wouldn't have been able to hold our own. And then Adrenaline Snap, welcome in. So the fast drops aren't a thing. It's just a kind of meme or a joke that goes around, and so everybody gets their drops at the same rate. Yeah, that way we could push a little bit more in the left lane. Gig. Next up we have Italo. First location is Astrodim, so we're gonna them running Aranya. We switched off of our Scream, or we don't have Scream in hand. Shaw, Brood, Polaris is probably fine here. The ones that we don't want to see are Rogue Surfer. Human Torch movement is actually fine because we have a Killmonger somewhere in our deck.
I see.
Wow. So that Heimdall came down very early. So Human Torch is very quickly 16 power, 32 power here. This tower could have been great with like the Polaris, but it's fine. Go Sebastian. Shh. Do we go Shaw or do we go Brood? Holy moly, that Sakaar was insane for him. It absolutely was. It was unfortunately good for him. All right, let's go ahead and go Brood. Maybe next turn we go Absorbing Man. Mr. Mist, wow, nice 32 power torch. I sure hope it doesn't die. I hope it does. Their copycat was forged, so we know we have a better chance of Absorbing Man. No. Let's do, I guess, Spider-Man. He's going to end up in Astrodim anyways. Gigantic Human Torch. Bigger now with the cloak.
Spider-Man here.
Imagine you move the torch with Spidey just to kill it. Would do that. But if they move cards over here, it gets -4 on each of them. I think this is the play we're going to go with. Oh, might have to duck a Cosmo. True. I assume they do an Alioth left if they do it, but Ghost Spider should be fine. Rogue also fine.
I want the throne.
Poor Human Torch. And that's why I can't lean too heavily onto that combo. And then we do have Surfer so that this goes up above their cloak. Take the 2. And then Gig, you said your advice and gameplay is part of the reason I was able to push to rank 90 for the first time ever this season. Very nice. It only gets easier the more times and the more often you do it. And so, congratulations for making the incredible climb. And then Shifty, you said finally got Agony. Nice. She's playable. She's a lot more playable than I thought. She feels pretty decent as like an alternate Hulkbuster. She just doesn't make much like new possibilities. Like, so she doesn't create any kind of new shifts or changes in a deck. Not sure you can run Torch without a way to bounce him back in. Yeah. You definitely need something like that to lean into the Torch, because otherwise he's just a sitting target for a Shadow King, for a Shang-Chi, for a Killmonger. Another Madam Web deck. Do we think they're going for the Rogue or the War Machine stuff? So we save our Rogue. That That's a big human torch. I would hate it if he potentially died.
Victory.
I'm so curious what they dropped here. I'm guessing they misplayed this one, but definitely interesting. We also could have, instead of Shaw, we could have went with Rogue onto the Madam Web to potentially lock them into the turn. Another big torch? Surely it wouldn't die. Do we have Scream or Forge down? If it was Scream, I understand maybe the retreat. Alright, next up we have I Lost Son. First location, Eternity Range. Second one, Space Throne. So we can always go Forge, act like we're going to go Brood, and then throw down a Juggernaut. Okay, multiple mana is a bit scary. Maybe not that bad. If they run like a Carnage or something to destroy the multiple man, we push it over into the Space Throne. Then Hate said, "Hey bro, how are you doing? If we play Sauron and have Electro in hand." Yeah, so it removes all of it, not just the ongoing. So it basically like mutes the card. Well, win left. They can have the Madam. They can have the Madam Web. Would have been a very cheeky play, but it did not pan out for him.
Oh, snap.
Cerebro 3. Ooh, true. So it goes. It can go up to 3, 5, 7, 7 max. And then Zon, you said TLSG, I'm the worst ever. I went from rank 86 to 58. I don't know what happened. Tried several decks. It's one of those that it might have been that it just might have just been like a bad part of the meta. It ended up being kind of rough for you. So we could always try like a Polaris to pull maybe Madam Web. The problem is we might duplicate the multiple man as well. We'll take it. Huge dodge on the screen. I guess this is what we're going with here. And Chris, you said you're single-handedly carrying my drops. Glad to be of service.
Victory.
We do end up forcing the retreat with I Lost Sun. I think the cheeky play with Quake just didn't turn out good enough for him, and it put him in a bind. We'll take the 4th. Let's jump into the next. I will gladly be your friendly neighborhood drop stealer every time that they're around. So we have managed to pick the deck back up. So we went through a little bit of a slump period. We're climbing very, very well. Right now we're 1, 2, 3. Are 27 games in at a 66.7% win rate. Love to see it. And an average cube gained per game of 1.52, which is massive for the deck. Follower goal achieved. Nice. So we reached the 13,000 followers. We've been getting some really good traction recently, Cho. And so thank you guys for following. If you haven't, definitely consider hitting the follow button. That way I'm going to be going live a lot in the very near future, and I'd love to have you guys there for the journey. So let's go ahead and drop the forge into the extra energy. We could use it onto Sebastian Shaw with the forge. If we end up drawing Brood, Brood is fantastic into the Altar of Death. I guess let's go Shaw, right? The game's all about recognizing plays. Your beat. Win because your best play beats theirs. Yeah. So with Storm here. Do we think they're going? Oh no. Then Jay Breezy said, hey, I was the 13,000th follower. You were a Jay Breezy. Confirmed.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, we're going to give him this one. We'll give him the 1. Even if they don't have the Legion, at that point, I don't think it's worth the risk. Bacon bagel time. Bacon bagel sounds fantastic. Ko, you said I always stay in for 2. I'm not getting bluffed out of mine. Was Rogue One War Machine an option? No, we had priority, unfortunately. If we had like a Juggernaut, could have followed up on that following turn, but we didn't have Juggernaut in hand. Next up we have Miggity. First location is Luke's Bar, which is fantastic for Brood. Start with Scream. We'll play it by ear. Looks like they're running a discard deck. Rogue is great for their Mobius. I'm gonna bounce Forge back in. Rogue lining up directly for the Morbius. I want to compete for the Raft location. So I don't think we actually fight for or push for the raft location. I think we're gonna throw a Boring Man left into Luke's Bar next turn. hub then raft. We don't have hub. We have Luke's bar and then raft.
Snap.
They've discarded cards, right? I guess it was just Scorn. Oh, if we did it first, we could have gotten Forge Brood. Okay, that makes sense. We should have done it that direction. But as long as I can't get any power into Luke's bar, I think this wins. Still away 4. Give ourselves another 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 18. Yeah. Now we should be fine. Big Null. Okay, no, that's fine. Whew. We almost lost the Proxima. Just barely over the limit in the right lane. We will take the left, we'll take right. We could have done that one.
Victory.
I think you guys were right. We could have did Brood into Luke's bar, into Forge plus Brood to get a higher power one. But right, we'll take it. We'll take the 4 cubes. Like I'm incredibly tired, but we're not losing at this point, and so I don't want to end while we're on such a massive win streak. And then Severo AB, thank you so much for resubbing for 1 month at tier 1, or welcome back for the 3rd month. You said bad news, can't sleep. Good news, TLSG stream. I'll take it. Thank you so much for being here to enjoy the overnight stream. The Rogue coming in clutch so many ways. Yes, Rogue is one of those that it's phenomenal value right now. All right, next up we have MSL Chris. The first location is the cloning vats. We have maybe a couple of screams. We do have Spider-Man. So as long as they don't have Luke Cage, an early scream into just even some light movement can be really disruptive. Also, them running so many 1-cost cards. Great for the Killmonger line. Now let's go ahead and get rid of Scream. I don't know how many cards we'll copy because of the sandbar. So like their increased cost of Viper is great for us. Never mind, now it's gone. So we're looking at the full clutter. It's a little bit scary. But as long as we draw into and can play Killmonger somewhere, then we can clear up a lot of that space. Where do we think they throw the stuff at? The left lane? Right. Because we could do, I guess, Juggernaut, but no, let's go ahead and Spider-Man. We have 2 turns to try to draw into Killmonger, and we only have 4 cards in our deck. So the odds should be pretty good.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Or Juggernaut left. Yeah, Juggernaut left, I think could have been okay. But we'd still have this combo that they were doing in a different lane. They actually sent the Viper over. Beautiful. We can clear up a space in left.
Snap.
Can't expect him to Killmonger. Yeah, yeah. So I think we hold the Killmonger. Unless we're worried about full clutter this turn. Hope plus Killmonger. We can do Hope plus Killmonger. It gives us 8 energy on the last turn, so we could always like Forge plus level 3 costs. Would have been deadly. Where does Monopoly Go? Monopoly Go is a mobile game that
The throne.
I'm currently sponsored by. So I'm sponsored for it, or sponsored by it for another couple of days. I think it's just over 2 days. So in the game, it's like the traditional Monopoly board. You roll dice, you move around the board, collect money, and then upgrade your buildings. Is like the super high-level overview. So a Juggernaut guarantees we win left, unless they can flood.
Victory.
How many demons did they have? So they played 1, and so it was at least 2 more. Or it was at least 1, but I think it was 2. Their hand was actually 7 demons, I checked. Pretty big hand. We just aren't dropping games. And I feel like this is a deck that maybe doesn't do well tomorrow. But right now it's like we found that little like pocket that it's performing really well at. 20 and 10, so we've won 20, lost 10 for a 66% win rate. Average cubes per game is 1.53, which is nuts. Top 100? Yeah. Maybe. Today is tomorrow? Yeah, I forgot. I forgot we stayed up all night. Today is tomorrow. So this is the type of deck that once it gets popular, everyone will see it from a mile away. Yeah. Yeah, because right now it has some like surprising pieces. You see the Scream, you're not expecting like Sebastian Shaw Surfer. You see Forge Brood, you're not expecting like Juggernaut Polaris Spider-Man. We could go ahead and ramp up our Polaris a bit. Or we throw Hope Summers down to scale into more energy. Let's go Polaris for now. If I wanted to counter the bounce decks, what is the best way to do that? Killmonger to a degree, but Shadow King, Mobius. I think Shadow King for sure, and then Mobius as like an offshoot. I'm going to copy the Polaris here so we can pull either Bast or Basic Arrow or Kate Bishop. You get Spider-Man 2099. Not 2099. My goodness. We should get Spider-Man. I'm going to play it right, see what we pull. If it's the Basic Arrow, we'll see what it looks like. If it's Thena, also kind of see what it looks like. For the last turn right now, it's just... we could also do this. Because Brood into Washington, D.C. is always a good play. I think Thena probably needs to be nerfed, but I don't know that it's because of
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Agent Venom. Thena's just been, she's been one of those cards that's been really strong, really long time. And so Jay Breezy, if you want the variant, you can get it for free. There's a quest on Discord that you just have to play Marvel Snap while having Discord open for 15 minutes, and it's all yours. I don't think we win this one, but we're going to try a Brood into Juggernaut. It's not all that much power in mid. Maybe it's a decent. Oh no, they shipped it into mid, so Juggernaut mid was going to be the line. Yeah. Or if we had Surfer, that would have been big too. I feel like Kate always gets Toxic Arrow. Unless I drop her, then I get the two worst ones. But I think I've hit my wall. I hit it earlier tonight. I'm going to have to take a nap before I get everyone ready for bed. So I'm actually going to raid you guys out early. I apologize. I was going to go for another about 2 hours. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get it done. And then be up later for Toxin. So I'm going to end early so I can get a nap, get rested up for Toxin's release, and then I'll be back on in just a few hours. But in the meantime, I'm going to raid you guys over. Yesterday we did Harry... I think we're gonna go ahead and raid you guys over into Harry one more time. But as that's loading up, thank you guys as always for the fantastic stream. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. And I've been having an absolute blast being able to just like kind of play and have to worry less about creating like a super amazing deck and worrying more about like reading the meta, playing decks that I'm enjoying, and then climbing up and just vibing with you guys. But we're gonna raid you guys over. We will catch you around on the stream, hopefully later today, if not on one really soon. We will thank you guys again. As always, later guys.